for all coming along. I'd like to welcome everybody to today's Regulatory and Hearings meeting and would declare the meeting open. I like to start meetings with fun facts or little bits of history, so I've prepared a couple, so if you'll just indulge me for a minute. On this day in New Zealand history, did you know that the first young farmer of the year was chosen? His name was Gary Fraser, and he was from a place called Swannanoa, which is near Christchurch. Now, the event was held in what was, this is a little bit tongue-in-cheek, but the agricultural epicentre of New Zealand, Auckland. The contest is now an established part of the farming calendar, as I'm sure you all well know. Two other fun facts I'd like to share with you is that on this day in 565 AD, St Columba, the Irish missionary, reported seeing a monster in Loch Ness, Scotland. Who do you reckon's laughing now? And this one is for my good friend Councillor Moko, who I think was going to join us online, but he is online. James Cook's expedition aboard the HMS Endeavour reached the eastern coast of Australia, which he named New South Wales. Now, Malena can appreciate that because recently there's been a big competition between New South Wales and Queensland, and we're both rugby league fans. So anyway, that's your fun facts for today. Now, I'll just start off with a bit of a reminder to colleagues, councillors and those present today that this is a formal process that we're following, and there's a number of community who are here to speak today, so I'd like to keep to time. We're here to listen, we're here to ask questions, but only if time permits, and those questions are for clarity of the submitters. Colleagues, may I suggest to you that if you have questions of HCC staff, you write these down, and when asked, you may indulge. However, I remind you again, it's for clarity and not for political debate. I would also consider that what information you'd like to see in the staff report that will be prepared after this meeting and will go up to the community committee. I will try and remind you again of this towards the end, but there's a high likelihood that I'll forget, and in which case Mish will remind me. To the submitters in the gallery, just a reminder that you have 5 minutes unless you're speaking on behalf of an organisation, and then it'll be 10 minutes. And again, questions for you will be for clarity on your submission, and they will only be based on the fact if there's time left at the end of your submission. I appreciate everyone's understanding and cooperation. With that in mind, we'll start with item 1, apologies. Councillor Louise Hutt, I know, is running a little bit behind schedule. Other than her, we had Sarah Thompson, but that was just out of courtesy. Can I have a mover? Yep, Ewan to move and Maxine to second. All those in favour say aye. Ayes have it. Confirmation of agenda. I'm happy to move that. Ewan to second. All those in favour say aye. Great. No declarations of interest. No one? Okay, no vote required on that one. Confirmation of the item 4, confirmation of the last meeting, which was 26th of April. Ewan to move. Second. Was that you, Maxine? Aye. Aye. Okay, all those in favour say aye. Aye. Ayes have it. Right, which now brings us to item 5. Oh no, we start with submitters, don't we?
We start with submitters.
Yep.
Yeah, it's
okay.
item 5. We'll start with
yep.
submitters.
Item 5 is the Ashurst Park partial reclassification. So we've got, as I mentioned, a number of submitters in the chamber today, and the first one up is Craig.
Craig isn't here, so it's Elise.
Oh, okay. So.
She's online.
All right, Craig's not here, so we're going to go to our next one in the queue, which is Elise, who is coming in via Zoom. Hello, Elise. Your microphone's on mute at the moment, if you'd just like to...
Not a meeting if someone's not on mute.
No, there you go. All right. Thank you for joining us today. Hopefully you heard all of that opening gambit at the start, so if you'd like to crack into your submission, we're ready to receive you.
Kia ora. Tēnā koutou katoa, e pai nei kua toputahi nei I tēnei huihuinga a tātou ki te wānanga I te kaupapa o te rā. So kia ora everyone. Today I wanted to just voice my support for the reclassification of Ashurst Park. I grew up in Pukete and have been a user of the Pukete neighbourhood house for a very long time, and I really can't think of a better location than on Ashurst Have, right in the hub of the community. Kirikiriroa is a great city to live in, and the P&H provide valuable services to everyone. But recently, when I asked some of my colleagues from around the city if they knew of the P&H, they simply responded, "Where?" When asked the same question about other community facilities like Western Community Centre, they knew exactly where these were located, even if they weren't from that area. It's just a bit of a shame that the P&H has been relegated for so long to a corner of our city that just isn't big enough or even easily accessible to the community that they serve. And that's my main point. If you're directed to the P&H on Church Road, you need to look out for a bottom line of a shared sign at the top of a hill. On top of this, you then need to get down that hill. When I was a new mum post C-section, I instantly ruled out any means of public transport to get there because there was just no way I was ever going to be able to walk up or down that hill with a newborn in a pushchair, not even across the grass from the other side of the park. And if that was just my experience, imagine the number of people that can't make that journey on a more permanent basis. I have read the information about the other proposed sites, and I do completely agree that Ashurst Park is the right location for this fit-for-purpose facility. Not only does it provide the cheapest option, but it serves the best purpose functionally. Looking at the plans, I believe it will only enhance the current space. I, for one, am much more likely to go to a park where I would maybe grab a coffee or know that my child has a nearby toilet if needed. I also feel that the new location could be a great enhancement for a quick detour from the Te Awa River Ride trail. Users could easily ride the flat 500 metres to check out an amazing community facility. The reclassification of Ashurst Park is more than just a development project for me. It really symbolises a dedication from the city to fostering a harmonious and connected community. It shows our commitment to building a space that is inclusive, accessible, and most of all fit for purpose. Nō reira, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa. That's it from me.
Yeah, great. Thank you, Elise. Do I have any questions from colleagues for clarification? That looks like a no from me, to me. So thank you, Elise. We appreciate you coming in and really appreciate your time today. Thank you.
Thanks, no problem.
Okay, the next person we have to submit is someone who may be familiar to most of you. I believe he left last week to get here because he was riding his bike from Otago. Dave McPherson. Please, Dave. Yes. Now, Dave, I'm sure I don't need to run through the protocols. Yeah.
Mr. Chair, I was looking out for your ute in the car park. I didn't think you were here when I didn't see it.
Point of order. Welcome to the chamber, Dave. Nice to see you.
Thank you. Kia ora koutou. Look, I'm coming here with two hats on, and I didn't ride my bike up from Otago. I didn't even come up specially for this meeting, but it was very fortuitous that the timing worked for me. So thank you for the invite. But my two hats, one as a councillor for 24 years representing the area that included the various locations of Puketi Neighbourhood House, and I'll come back to that, and two, since 2007, as a regular user through my sport of Te Rapa Sportsdrome, where the P&H was co-located with, and often fighting for car parks with, which was one of the issues actually there, that it was built as a sports centre. A community centre was shoehorned into it temporarily, and it wasn't fit for purpose in a number of ways, both the building and the surrounds of the building. And my observation over the years, Puketi Neighbourhood House has been shoehorned into several not fit for purpose sites, starting next to the Puketi School and going to a retirement village and then going to a sports centre, but never a community centre. And that's what's really important about this, is a purpose-built community centre. I think in this day and age, and we've seen what Western Community Centre can provide, they need in the north of the city that sort of facility. And those sorts of facilities, and I think the last speaker put it well, are best located in the middle of communities rather than on the edge. It's a dog to get to where it is at the moment, not just for the reasons talked about there. We've had problems with young female students coming to play sport there, how insecure that sort of site is. You would never put a community facility, or I suggest a sports facility, at the bottom of a hill hidden by trees if you were starting nowadays. Certainly doesn't follow any of the CIPTED principles that some of us around the former council table had talked a lot about, but the council inherited it and tries to make the best of a bad job. But you've got the opportunity now to put it in a fit-for-purpose building inside a community rather than outside the edge of a community. And I think that's what's important. I'm not fixed on the exact location along the frontage of Ashurst Avenue, but that's the main thoroughfare in that part of the suburb. And you've got Te Rapa School just down the road, which receives and disgorges hundreds of kids every day onto the same stretch of road. Some of those kids actually come to programs in the neighbourhood house, and I've seen them having to traipse across the fields in the park. It'll be a lot easier for access for literally over 100 kids each day that use that facility as part of the before and after school programs that they run. All the community food bank type facilities, all of the seniors programs, all sorts of programs that they run through that facility will be enhanced by not just the type of building but where it is as well. That's what's really important. I also say, noting one of my the other submitters here, that it's actually far better for cycling access to get to that on the flat on Ashurst Avenue than rather top of a hill with restricted access, restricted sight lines because of all the freight traffic in the area. You know, at the moment you have to get to the community facility through a freight thoroughfare. You're on the edge of a commercial area like that. It's not good where it is now. It needs to shift, and I was really pleased when I was last on council that we voted for that. I'm not going to make comment on the exact place of the footprint, but the building's right and the location on Ashurst Avenue is right, and I think that's going to enhance their activities. I think it's going to enhance the community as well, to have a good purpose-built building in the right area. That's my submission, thanks.
That's great, thank you, Dave. Can I invite questions for clarity from any of my colleagues? Councillor Taylor.
Thanks, Chair Mark. G'day, Dave. Good to see you again. Hey, you mentioned Te Rapa School there.
Yep.
And do you think that, and you mentioned the participation of students in that, is that worth pursuing in a bit more detail, whether or not there might be a site by the school for it?
The problem,
Could you still get
Councillor Jeff, is that it's not just Te Rapa students that go there. I happen to have seen teachers escorting groups across there, but then I see them coming in other school uniforms or other school vans, in fact, from different places. So if it was, I mean, you could put it anywhere along there, true, but you're also servicing Puketi kids, kids from some of the schools further into town and things like that. So it's sort of, I'm not sure that would change the issue.
Would that matter though, for the fact that other schools were there? I mean, they're all getting together, and and there's a lot of
but how do you get frontage on Ashurst Avenue? I think that's the important thing. That was one of the things when we built Western Community Centre, that we were really keen to give it frontage on the main street. And not sort of be behind anything else, and especially when you've got a lot of young kids and families and that using it, you need to have good viewing. That's the ideal situation.
Thanks, Dave. Thanks, Chair.
Awesome, thanks, Jeff. Deputy Mayor Angela.
Thank you. Thank you, former councillor Dave McPherson. Just a quick question, because you were involved in the Western Community Centre, there's some submitters concerned about increase in traffic and the traffic impacts. In your experience from Western Community Centre, being it was on a main or a busy sort of road, what were the impacts that you noticed from that one?
Well, they were certainly required to do a sort of a traffic flow in main in area and a main out area, so not all trying to get in and out the one place. You'd have to design that well. You'd have to have sort of a decent cycle and walking access, especially walking, I would suggest, from in the community, and those aren't necessarily there at the moment, so you wouldn't just plonk a building down, you'd have to do the rest of it as well. But over on Hyde Avenue, it's been like that for nearly 20 years now, and it hasn't sort of created any big issues with the way they created that.
Yeah, okay, awesome, thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Thank you, Dave. Thanks for your submission. Nice to see you.
Thanks.
Yeah. Enjoy your time in the wonderful Waikato. Next up, we have... Oh. It's all good. Crikey, sorry. Is it something you can... Okay, all right. Apologies. What's that say? Cherry McFar. So next submitter we have is Cherry McFar. Did I pronounce that correctly?
No. I'm Cherry McWarn,
Oh,
and my husband Dave and I were residents of 29 Ashurst Avenue for 50 years. We were opposed to the reclassification of the free play green area of Ashurst Park, and that's what we're about today, from, quote, recreation reserve to local purpose community facilities reserve. We bought the section in 1971 and were assured by the Hamilton City Council that green spaces in the city were deemed by the council to be important and necessary for the welfare and well-being of the community they serve. We, along with our neighbours and fellow residents, enjoyed the green space, and our families enjoyed the freedom to play in a safe, clearly visible area that was free of buildings and car parks. The area has been used over all those years for informal family gatherings such as picnics, birthday parties, and for young children to learn to ride their bikes. It was reported in the Waikato Times on 18th of July that, quote, community house proposal riles residents, end quote. It should be noted that the people who object to the reclassification are not opposed to the relocation of the Puketi neighbourhood house. Rather, they are opposed to the proposed location. The article, as reported, has understandably upset the people who run the President Puketi Neighbourhood House, as expressed in a letter to the editor of the Waikato Times on 29 July, written by Scott Tiffany, General Manager, who notes that the proposed new community house, quote, uses only 1% of the total area of Ashurst Park, which includes a sports field. No matter how you try to explain it away or trivialise the effect such a development might have on that site, the area stands to lose 80 to 90% of the free green area that is up for reclassification, I beg your pardon. I wonder if there are any councillors present here today who, in the early stages of discussion, in particular the meeting that was held on 18th of April, voted in favour of the proposed Ashurst Avenue site without actually having visited the site. We used to see people from across the city pull up in their vehicles on Ashurst Avenue, adjacent to the area in question. Car doors would burst open and young children would safely race across the area to their favourite activity without needing to navigate around vehicles or people who may be about buildings. This could be done while the parents or caregivers could see their children clearly from where they had pulled up. All the advantages listed by the council when they considered the Ashurst Avenue site could very easily be transferred to any other site. None of them is of particular relevance to the Ashurst Avenue site alone. It was noted that one advantage was, quote, very easy access to all modes of transport direct off Ashurst Avenue, end quote. In fact, there is no direct bus access, as there would be to and from a site off Church Road. All the disadvantages listed are relevant, but have not included the huge disadvantage of having extra traffic flow on an already busy street, particularly at school drop-off and pick-up times. Presently, traffic on the street comes to a standstill at these times, so it only stands to reason that increased traffic will only add to this dilemma. Also, the proposed car park shown on the proposed site, quote, do not meet the requirements of the district plan and will need to be reviewed with the resource consent, end quote. Another factor mentioned in that report is that, quote, without any use by Puketi Neighbourhood House, there would be a loss of Sportsdrome annual revenue, end quote. This would indicate that if the new site was to be adjacent to the existing building, all facilities would be shared and fully utilised. By having a new build on the adjacent site, the cost of any refurbishment or safety upgrades to the existing building should not be included in the proposed cost, as they would need to be done anyway and are irrelevant as a consideration. We're constantly being told by local authorities how important clean, green areas are for our overall physical and mental well-being. So it beggars belief that our council, in fact you people here today, would even contemplate repurposing the green area under discussion, converting it into a building site and car parks, which would make the proposed new children's play park not visible from the footpath or roadside as it is at present. I implore you all to carefully reconsider your decision and to listen to the concerns of ratepayers and visitors who want to see the current green space retained for the enjoyment and benefit of all who come to enjoy Ashurst Park, and to treat all such green spaces as sacrosanct and not to be up for renegotiating or repurposing. Once an asset like this has been changed, it will be gone forever, and that would be so sad. Thank you.
Thank you, Jerry, and my apologies for the mispronunciation of your name at the
Thank
start. Now, I do have Mayor Southgate would like to, yeah, very quickly.
Through you,
Yes.
Chair, because I think it's something that's been raised in a number of the written submissions that I was reading through yesterday. You have said you're not opposed to a redevelopment of the community centre, just not in that
Absolutely
site,
not.
right? So do you have a view where best sited, given that you've heard that the other submitters feel that down in the dip, down in that hollow of the hill is not the right place? Do you have any other suggestions? Second part of my question, sorry if I could put it in two parts, is your concern about green space. If the development was done in a way that enhanced green space and enhanced play space, would you be more amenable to it, or is there some other issue involved there?
It can't possibly enhance green space if the green space is not there. It would be gone, and it would be gone forever. The site, somebody else mentioned that they have to climb down a hill. There's a perfectly good walkway, is it from Minnie Avenue, Minnie Place or somewhere, that you can walk without having to negotiate the hill. So that is not a factor. The shared facility of using like you asked about the possible relocation, if it was adjacent to, but not combined with the Sportsdrome, as I've alluded to, both facilities could gain from the benefits of each other. But the argument for having a purpose-built facility for the new neighbourhood house, that would still stand. You could still have a brand new build that was purpose-built, but it is not taking up any green space that is treasured by the community.
It would take up different green space on that.
Which is
part.
never used.
All right, so your point is that's well used, that bit at the back, Jason, wouldn't be,
Absolutely.
would affect less houses, I presume, or no?
Absolutely.
Okay. Thank you.
And the children's play park would remain untouched.
All right, thank you, I understand. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jerry. Thank you for coming in today. Appreciate
Thank
it. Yep. Right, we're going to just go back one now to Tracy Scott. Thanks, Mish. Good morning, Tracy. Welcome
morning.
to the chat. Are you familiar with how this all works?
Not really. It's my first time, and I feel very nervous.
Okay, well, yeah. Just so you know, you've got 5 minutes to make your verbal submission. There may be some questions
Yeah.
towards the end from the councillors.
Yes.
but they'll only be for clarification on your submission.
Okay,
So the floor is yours.
thank you very much.
Yeah.
Okay, good morning all. As a relatively new member to Hamilton, we've moved down from Northland, we bought in Ashurst Ave for, one of the reasons was for the beautiful park and the area that it is today. And as a family, we use this park on a daily basis, albeit weather dependent. We have grave concerns about the reclassification of this park, and I will just touch on a few points of my submission. Firstly, while I understand the need for a great service like Puketi House, this is not the place for it to be established. I cannot understand why a well-utilised green space with lots of trees will be reduced significantly for a commercial activity, especially when we are so concerned about climate change and most councils are wanting to keep their green spaces filled with trees, let alone how it will impact the people who use it, which is greatly utilised. We can't create these green spaces or sports fields or play areas out of thin air. Once they're compromised, it's permanent damage. The green spaces are imperative to the health and well-being of children and adults in our community and further afield. I have concerns about what it will impact on the traffic. The daily traffic is already an issue on Ashurst Ave with the primary school, not just Te Rapa Primary School, backing up and down the street, but the surrounding streets with Puketi as well. It's very, very difficult at the moment to move around anywhere from Puketi Road through Ashurst Ave, Moreland Ave at those school times. Also, at the end of the day, on Moreland Road, it is absolutely hectic with traffic. So I have grave concerns about the safety of the children in and out the school, other people moving around, and it literally is gridlocked. We were told in the meeting that we had the other evening that the Puketi House wanted to move, and one of the reasons was for accessibility issues. And as my prior person has just said, there is no bus route down here. If there is a bus route, obviously there's going to be more traffic, and obviously we'll have to look at the safety again for children. I have concern about a facility being available 24/7 on a residential street. It does change the whole appeal of why people bought here to enjoy the park, as I've mentioned, and I just cannot understand why you would want to put a commercial building in a residential area. Basically, I feel our park does deserve to be left alone, use what it was originally intended for. Families, sports, the well-being of our community. There must be a viable option for the extension of Puketi House without compromising the health and well-being of those of us who actually do use Ashurst Park. With the needs of Puketi House being so great, how long will it be before they outgrow these planned facilities and have to take over more valuable green space in Ashurst Park or any other well-utilised park for that matter? I do believe alternative arrangements do need to be made for this. So it is a no from us.
Sorry, just get my microphone on. Thank you, Tracy. I'll invite questions from the floor. Mayor Paula.
Just in respect to the questions asked before, so
Yes.
your alternative siting or different arrangement would look like, where would you like to see it happen?
Well, that's just it. I don't know. We haven't been, when we were in the, I don't know, the Zoom meeting, I guess it was the other evening, all we were told from the council was that, we looked into that and it didn't work. We looked into that, but nobody's actually given us real reasons or a full disclosure as to why it wouldn't work anywhere else. They just said, this will suit because of accessibility, and everybody's just, like the comments that were coming back on the typed responses were basically, well, we haven't been told the full story. And I think if we would disclose the full story of why this, because there were 3 sites that were originally looked at, from my understanding, in the area, one right beside the sports dome, the one that they're looking at now, and one closer to the school, Te Rapa School, and they said, this was the best option, but there's been no explanation as to why it's the best option. But what I will say is that once you take away that green space, it's gone. We don't want it gone.
So aside from the Zoom that you had the other night, have you had other meetings with, as a community, with staff or through the school or any other way to have input in the early days?
On the early,
So in the early days, were you part of was the concept?
no, I wasn't. I only found out about it through a letter in my letterbox to register online. But I have been speaking with my direct neighbours around me, and everybody's got different views, and they're all entitled to have different views.
Of course.
But the reality is, my huge concern is why remove green spaces when everybody's banging on reduce your carbon footprint, plant a tree, and all this council seems to, well, all this is achieving is a commercial activity which increases your carbon footprint, which increases, you're taking everything away from us. And, I just think it's very, very sad.
Thank you.
Thank you, Tracy, and thank you for coming in today.
Thank you.
Very much appreciated. Oh, sorry, Councillor Wilson, sorry, it just keeps popping up. Could you feel free to sit
down?
Yep,
I'll sit down like a good girl.
I am pretty forgettable, aren't I? Thank you for your submission today. You keep referring to it as a commercial enterprise.
Yes.
How do you not distinguish between a community house with community activities versus a commercial endeavour? Do you not
Well,
see
what
a
is the
distinction?
cafe part of it and the renting out of the proposed hall? They said that there won't be a liquor licence at this stage, but I mean, the park was a park at this stage, and they could reclassify that as well and change that to have an alcohol licence. So if you are renting things out and having a activity, unless it's free, which sounds fantastic, a free cafe in town, I would consider that to be a commercial activity.
All right. And your comment in regards to the fact that the current activities, with the exception of the cafe, already occurs in the current green space. So is your argument that if it was to remain in the same location, that's okay?
I have no issue with the community house. I think they're great. I have been heavily involved in the community over the years, particularly in Northland, and particularly with underprivileged children. My husband and I have both been heavily involved. So we do have a community heart. I have no issue with a community house. I think what they provide is fantastic, but don't take away our space, our green space, our area in order to do that. Don't rob Peter to pay Paul. That's really, really how I feel. And I could be wrong, please correct me if I am wrong, but I was under the impression that the sports drome was built for the community house. Am I correct there or not? It wasn't?
No,
It was the other way around?
The sports drome was already there, and the community house
came in. Okay.
plugged on the side.
Okay, well, that's okay. But, and I do understand they need a fit-purpose building, but the needs out there, as we all know, are huge, and they're getting bigger. And, how long before this so-called facility is going to have to expand again and take up more of a precious, precious space? I mean, I walk that park daily. If it's pouring with rain, I'll give it a miss. But most days I walk that park with a family. I've got kids out there kicking balls around, other kids. The joy that you see on everyone's faces out there and the fact they've got space is just so precious. Why take it away?
Thanks, Tracy. I think is that okay, Councillor Yun? Okay, cool. Oh, Tracy, sorry, there is one more online from Councillor Kesh. Sorry.
Hello.
Kesh.
Hello, thank you, Tracy, and thank you, Chair. I just had a quick question for clarity. Tracy, you mentioned that the community house would be open 24/7. I just wanted to know where that information has come from, please.
That information, and please correct me if I'm wrong, that information came out of the online meeting, a 24/7 facility. But in saying that, they also said at the stage they'd have it closed by 10 o'clock. So I'm assuming that that could have been that did come out of that online meeting. It was mentioned there, and then it was thrown in 10 o'clock. So I don't know which is what there, if you know what I mean. I don't know what the true thing is, but it will be 7 days a week from what they've said, a 7-day-a-week venture, and then they put 24/7 and then they put 10 o'clock. So none of us actually know which one it is. And will it go from 10 to much, much later? I mean, we don't know, but those were thrown around in the online meeting.
Okay, thank you. We will get that clarified.
Oh, could you please? Because that would
Yep.
be great.
Thanks,
Thank
councillor
you.
Kesh. Sorry, Tracy.
That's
Sorry,
great.
you're
Thank
not,
One more?
one,
Oh,
potentially. Deputy Mayor
Oh,
Angela,
that's
if you.
right. I'll just stay here, put my feet up.
Yeah.
Flat white, please. No.
Yeah.
We've gone over time, so thanks for
Yes.
indulging. Just clarification, Tracy, are you talking about the online meeting run by staff or a different online meeting with residents for the 24/7?
For the 24, oh, no, just the meeting run through, it must have been the staff meeting, was it the 24 June, the June meeting?
And are you saying that a HCC staff member said at that online meeting that the facility would run 24/7?
I am under the impression that's what came out.
Oh,
But
so
if
you didn't actually directly hear it?
Yes, I did hear it, but I can't tell you who said it.
Okay, all right.
Sorry, I can't tell you whether it was a
It's not
council
true,
member.
but yeah, it won't
Yeah,
be
and if
run.
it's not true,
Yeah.
that will be fantastic.
Yeah.
That needs clarity.
Okay.
But it was mentioned in that meeting, but I can't tell you
Yeah.
whether it was a councillor that said it or whether it was a resident that said it at that time.
Okay.
And if someone can
It
correct that for me.
Probably was a resident, but yeah,
But
I
I mean, I
wasn't
can't
there
say
either.
it was,
Yeah.
but it was thrown around a
Okay.
lot at that online meeting.
And just one other clarification, Tracy, are you, in your submission, you said where you're opposed to the location, and you talk about it compromising a generally safe and quiet neighbourhood. Have you, are you aware that there's quite a number of residents that live in Ashurst and the surrounding area concerned about the antisocial behaviour in that area, and therefore they're supporting the house?
There will be lots of different opinions and people are entitled to that, and that's where these submissions are great.
Okay, all right.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor, for keeping that so short. Next I'd like to invite Mr. Craig Sitlington. Hi, Craig.
Hello?
Welcome to the Chamber. Are you familiar with how this all works?
No, this
Okay.
is the first time I've done anything like this.
Okay, well, welcome along, and thank you for taking the time out of your day to come and give a submission. There will be 5 minutes. There'll be a little ding-dong bell thing will go at the end of 5 minutes if you've used up all your time. However, if you don't use up all your time, we may use some of that time for questions for clarity around your submission. The floor is yours.
Okay. Well, save the park. That's why I'm here with neighbours and members of the community. The housing in the Puketi community, houses are being built out to the boundary lines, and developers are building out and up, stacking houses on top of each other, which, you know, is saving the carbon footprint. But Ashurst Park is a place for the community to go, like, without being stuck in your house, you know. I'm not saying this very well. Basically, I want to save the park. We need to. The community needs to. It's not just about kicking a ball around or riding your bike. You know, teaching your son to ride a bike. It's you know, it is teaching. It's teaching the rules of soccer and rugby, and helping the teachers at the surrounding school. It's the Ashurst Park's about you know, teaching health. You know, the health of a community. It doesn't need money spent on it. It doesn't need to be changed. It's at its maximum potential right now for that community. I don't know what else to say.
That's,
But
oh, sorry, no, carry on if you,
well, it's not. you don't need to look at a calendar to go to the park, and you know, you can just go. It's free. It's open 24/7. It's not noisy. It's peaceful. It's nice there today in the sun. You know, I don't want to lose that. The whole neighbourhood doesn't want to lose that. We've all come together over this. We always have. You know, it's been there 50 years. You know, serving generations at the moment. It doesn't need to be changed.
Thanks, Craig. There's a couple of councillors have got questions, so are you happy to receive some questions from councillors?
Yeah, sure.
Councillor Jeff.
Thanks, Chair Mark. Thanks, Craig. Appreciate your submission. The park's obviously really important to you, the green space there. What other parks are there in the area that are close, that can be used for residents?
The Puketi Farm Park, which is up on top of the hill on Church Road, and I noticed there's a vacant building there that could be used. You know, Paula was asking about other. Sorry, what was the question?
What other sort of parks are there in walking distance?
Oh yeah, Puketi Farm Park up the top.
Right.
But it's very, like, it's a professional standard. Like, it's got a bike park in it that's for very experienced riders, not little children that are sort of learning to ride and also trying to understand road rules. You know, we're supporting the teachers and the nurses and, you know, education and health. That park's doing it right now. There's another park, Braithwaite Park, but it's for children. It's quite a hike, and it's crossing busy roads. Okay. You know, that the immediate community really needs Ashurst Park, yet, as it is.
Thank you, Craig. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Jeff. Thanks, Craig. Appreciate you taking the time out of your day to come and make your submission today. You're welcome to stay and watch or leave as you.
That didn't go as I thought it would.
Yeah. Thank you. Next up, we have Neil Tolan.
Good morning.
Good morning, Neil. Welcome to the chamber. You're familiar with how this all works?
Yeah.
Okay.
I understand morning tea will come in just after I speak. Is that right? Yeah. Neil Tolan, manager at the Western Community Centre, and I've had involvement with the community centre for about 30 years. Started when I was 5. No, I didn't. Yeah.
Just for clarification, I'll do the jokes around
Okay, thank you. For me personally, having a community centre based within a neighbourhood offers a wide range of benefits that contribute to the wellbeing, cohesion and the growth of the local and wider community. Western Community Centre, we've seen some really positive benefits from having a community centre based within a residential area. I understand it can be a bit scary with the noise and I guess the 24/7 aspect of it, but at our centre that's not a thing. We really look after our neighbours, we respect them. Our facility is, we ask our venue hires, you know, to finish up at 10 and be gone kind of at 11, and we don't have parties, functions, there's no alcohol, and the majority of the groups are quiet groups doing training, and yeah, we understand that relationship really closely with our neighbours because they are important, and many of our neighbours are our volunteers as well. Community centres, they provide social interaction and networking, community engagement, skill development and education, health and wellness, culture enrichment, support services, child and youth engagement, seniors wellbeing, community empowerment, and we also are a place for emergencies. Our community centre has has been around for 40 years, since 1979, and we are a big part of that community out Hamilton West. And we kind of reach that wider community, so not necessarily just the people within that little vicinity, but the wider Hamilton, and the amount of people that come through our place is pretty awesome. But they are really respectful of our community. We have a large number of people that come walking distance, so that they do walk down to the centre. We are situated in one of the busiest parks in Hamilton, so we do have a lot of rugby. We have a lot of the sports, the skate park. So I guess it is a little bit different in terms of where we are kind of placed. We are in a very, very thriving kind of place. And I see the work that Puketi Neighbourhood House does, and I think I guess the redevelopment will take their centre to a new level and allow them to I guess reach that kind of wider community. And that is my little spiel.
Excellent, thank you, Neil. Councillor Ewan.
Thanks, Mark. Neil, you do great work, and the Western Community Centre is a wonderful example of a community house doing great work. So thank you for all the work you do. I've picked up on a couple of points. You clarified and you made a very clear statement. At the Western Community Centre, you do not operate 24 hours a day, and the people who hire the facilities cap at 10 o'clock. Mm-hmm. There are no parties and there are no alcohol. Mm. If those things were operating at the Puketi Neighbourhood House, clearly you wouldn't support that activity.
I think each centre has to make their own decisions around that. For us, it's been easy just saying no alcohol, then that kind of cuts out all those, whether it's a 21st or a 30th and we end up being booked by just groups of, so we don't have a lot of space for those kind of functions anyway. So we look at things that enhance our venue. We might have a group down one end of the hall. We don't want a big party down the other, them clashing. So it's easier for us to say no alcohol.
So 2 more questions. Yep. So you've found by having tighter rules, you've been able to run an organisation that seems to integrate well with the community.
Yes.
And creates less angst.
Yeah.
Okay. My last question, and of course there's a bit of an irony in the creation of a neighbourhood house that seems to have had quite a lot of submitters who are unhappy. How important is it, do you think, for a community house to have the support and the engagement of the direct community that it's going to serve?
It is important, and I guess it is going out to those wider streets as well, not necessarily just right around that vicinity, because I see where the Puketi Neighbourhood House, and it is a bit inaccessible to a lot of that community there. And if you look, I guess, further back into that community, there are some real concerns. And there are some issues that community faces that may have more access to that community centre.
Thank you.
Great, thank you, Ewan. Deputy Mayor Angela.
Thank you. Thanks, Neil, for your time and your submission. There are quite a few submissions concerned about the placement of the new build will create antisocial behaviour. Can you tell me, in your experience, the role you play as a good neighbour in terms of antisocial behaviour and impacts on residents?
I mean, a lot of the time we are the ones, we don't have community constables anymore, so we become that kind of, that leader in that kind of space, whether it is, getting on the phone to police if we do see something, or if it's having a talk to people about the antisocial behaviour, redirecting people into more positive kind of activities, I guess. We do have cameras set up around the centre, so for a while we were, I guess when cars were getting stolen, they were coming there. And so we were able to, quickly sort some of those issues out.
So it's your view then that the fact that you are busy centre with lots of activity, you provide that passive surveillance on the wider area?
Yeah, and our neighbours look after us as well at the same time, which is great.
Great, thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Councillor Bidder.
Thank you, Chair Mark. Neil, I'm trying to get a better understanding of the benefit or otherwise of close proximity to schools. Can you give a rough percentage of the number of school users during school hours and the number of school students sort of immediately after school?
So we are right next to Fraser High School, so we'll have students kind of, whether they're going to the shops or they're going to appointments, so that's a kind of continual thing. We also work in the school running license courses, so there's a bit of a benefit there, or it might be supporting some of our youth with different services. We run an after-school program. It's not a big one, but we have kids from the school, and then also youth programs that will take place after school. And then because we're right next to a skate park, that's a real hub of youth activity.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Bitter. Councillor Taylor, do you...
Yeah, thanks, Chair Mate. G'day, Neil.
G'day.
Councillor O'Leary, I think, raised the issue of social, crime and that sort of stuff. What antisocial behaviour was it? Yeah. So what is it like at Western Community Centre? Like, how many, do you get police called out there a lot, or?
Not a great deal. And some of the I guess activities aren't just necessarily based around our centre. It could be the shopping centre down the road, where it might end up at our centre, or someone will come in and report to us something that's happened. So we'll kind of follow that up. I mean, there's not a lot of issues. There might be the odd high school fight with the kids after school that kind of happens, once a month, and then they shake hands afterwards, and we kind of monitor those kind of situations. There's not a great deal.
Okay. And you obviously concur with Ewan and everyone about the great work you do, and I live pretty close myself. You did make the point that you're in a busy area anyway, and Ashurst is slightly different at the moment. You've heard the residents who are concerned about the park. Do you have any alternative sites where it could go in the area, given the concerns you've heard about the park?
I don't, and I don't have another kind of place. I guess I'll leave that to that community.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Thank you, Neil, and thank you again for the work you do as well. Next to the seat we have John Miller. Welcome, John.
Thanks. Thanks.
You're familiar with the
This is my first time I've ever done this, and I feel physically sick, but that's something I'm getting used to, because I've actually felt sick for the last couple of months since I found out about this.
Okay. Right. Well, there's 5 minutes to.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I've got 5 minutes, and I really hope that I'm asking that I have your undivided. Can you not start that yet? Can I just want to ask that I have everyone's undivided attention, so that if your phone goes off, you don't walk out of the room when I'm halfway through my talk.
Okay.
Because I've got 5 minutes to talk about something that you guys have been talking about for 2 years, and I don't think that's fair anyway. But if I could have your undivided attention, I will be speaking really quickly, because I've got a lot of stuff that I need to cover.
Okay.
So I hope you can just keep up with me.
Okay. Thank you, John.
All right. 272 people sent in written submissions, and there's a lot of them here today speaking. Over 700 people have signed a petition opposing the reclassification of Ashurst Park. And the majority of those written submissions are in favour of PNH getting a new facility. Actually, I haven't spoken to anyone that opposes PNH getting a new building. That's not what today's proceedings are about, though. The issue today is about whether to allow council to reclassify the section of Ashurst Park that is over my fence. There should be a photo up of what I'm talking about. On April the 18th this year, you all voted in favour of the new building and its location, but you did it without any consultation or discussion with anyone except the manager of the Puketi Neighbourhood House and his team. This reclassification is more than changing a few words on paper. It will change the very essence of Ashurst Park. It will change our community. To argue that other parks have been reclassified doesn't make it right. To trivialise it by stating it's only 1% of the park doesn't make it right. The human heart takes up 1% of our body, but I'm sure we agree, though small, it's vital to our survival. And this little corner of the park, this tiny piece of green space, this 1% is the heart of Ashurst Park. It is often full of laughter and fun noise. It's the most visible access point to the sports field, and I would suggest that it is vital to the park's survival. This small piece of the park that you want to reclassify is the only piece of Ashurst Park set aside for recreation, the rest being for sports. And it is well utilised by families picnicking, throwing a ball, flying a kite, having a friendly game of touch. It has the best playground in Puketi, all in the shadow of some beautiful old trees. It has grass, not concrete. In comparison, the next closest playground is at the base in the middle of a car park, with no trees, with no grass, just concrete and fumes from thousands of cars. Is this what we really want for our kids? I approached council in September of 2021. And this council assured me that there were no plans to develop on Ashurst Park. I was informed by Parks and Recreation that council were obligated to protect green areas, that they were the kaitiaki, the guardians of our outdoor spaces. This is from your council. And I restate, I was assured that there were no plans for future development. This was important for me then, as I had recently been diagnosed with a major depressive disorder, and my mental health and my well-being and the assurance that the park wouldn't be developed on factored highly in the decision for me to purchase the house that photo's been taken from. Let me read you the advert that caught my attention when I bought the property. Knockout views of Ashurst Park lend a restful air to daily living at this family-friendly Puketi property. A wraparound deck optimises the outlook, and strategically placed windows frame the park's grassy expanses and trees. I purchased my house next to the park less than 2 years ago, when it turns out that staff and councillors already knew that P&H was included in the staff report of August 31st, 2021. And for nearly 2 years, this council failed to inform me or my neighbours about this. And yet P&H have been included in every community committee since 2021. But none of us knew anything about it until very recently. I oppose the reclassification of Ashurst Park. I live over the fence from where you want to build this massive building, 1,000 square metres that will obliterate my view of this peaceful park and replace it with the view of the back of a huge building and a roof. This park is the heart of the community, and with the swipe of a pen you can sever it, and once it's gone forever. The decision you make today is going to impact on generations. You can put up a building anywhere, but you shouldn't and can't keep nibbling at our parks 1% at a time. I'm a ratepayer and I vote in every election to put people like you in power, in a position to be my voice, to fight my fights, to do what is right for my community, and you have let me down. This council talks about bringing community along with them on whatever journeys they're undertaking. For this project, this council has failed. I hope you listen to my voice, my neighbours' voices, and the over 700 voices of people who signed the petition. I can only assume in your eagerness to support P&H, which no one denies does a wonderful job, you reacted without due consideration to the impact on my community. In my meetings with council and P&H staff, I have asked a simple question. If they lived at 29 Ashurst Avenue, would they want this development to go ahead? And they have answered with a resounding no. And again, I ask each one of you councillors, if you lived at my house, would you have been so quick to support this project going ahead? It's really easy to vote yes when it's not in your backyard. Build the new building next to where it is currently sited and leave this vital piece of the park alone. Thank you.
Thanks, John. Just for clarification purposes, though, there's no vote today on
Yeah, sorry.
on that.
Yeah.
So, look, I will invite a very quick question, Mayor Paula, if you can keep it in the interest of time.
Petition has not been received at this point in time, or has been received?
It better have been.
The first time I heard about it was yesterday.
There is a petition that has been received by governance. The team is still processing it.
Came yesterday.
Yes,
No.
it came yesterday. So
No, it came last week when I brought it in.
Oh.
And I was
I
told
knew-
2
okay.
months ago that we could do it and we could submit it at this meeting.
So for clarification
Yeah,
on the
I
process,
know all the rules around
the petition has come in.
Yeah.
My team are trying to verify the submissions on it.
Thank you.
And we'll have that position well in time for the deliberations meeting.
Yeah, so I needed to know that because I was only
Yeah.
aware of the petition yesterday. Just one further question, in terms of consultation, which I'd be concerned about, from your perspective, you've had some meetings with Puketi House, but nothing formal as a neighbourhood, no formal consultation, or was there any? Or
No, we had a Zoom meeting where council started the meeting by, just to clarify the question that was asked earlier about the 24/7 comment, only comments made were by council staff because they turned off at the ability for any of us to actually speak. So if it was mentioned 24/7, it was mentioned by a councillor because no one else's voices were heard. We could not speak into that meeting. So you can't even call that consultation.
you couldn't speak in that meeting? I'm sorry, it was just...
It was a Zoom meeting, and
Was it?
they disabled the ability to let anyone speak
Oh,
outside of the meeting.
okay.
I just need to, before I go, I just need to say, because we've heard lots of things about,
Thanks, John.
no, this is really important.
Okay.
Last thing.
All right, just in the interest of time. though,
Thank you. Yeah, I appreciate it.
Yeah.
And discussion, we've heard about the Western Community House. We've heard about Puketi Neighbourhood House. It's been stated to me by council and by the project manager that moving the P&H over to the side of the park where they want to go, making it more visible, it will reduce the antisocial behaviour. I went to the police last week and I asked under the Informations Act to get all call-outs for both facilities. From August of 2022 to August of 2023, Puketi Neighbourhood House has had 5 call-outs from police. In comparison, in the same period, the Western Community Centre, which is situated in a residential setting, which is meant to be better, has had 21 call-outs, ranging from common assault through to assault with a stabbing, cutting weapon, a number of call-outs for suspicious activity around cars, 3 unlawful cars stolen, possession of cannabis, and others totalling 21. So I would just like to say that the neighbours bordering the section of Puketi of Ashurst Park that you want to reclassify don't want this kind of behaviour. We don't want a phone call to the police every 2 weeks.
Okay, that's
Thank
point,
you very
point
much.
noted and well made. Thank you. Yeah. Okay, next we have Phil Evans. Yes. Yeah, it is. I can see. Oh, yeah, sorry.
Sorry, just to be specific, when you're saying council staff or councillors, in terms of when you're saying someone's making a comment, because there's a big distinction there.
Okay, point noted. Thank you, Councillor Louise. We all across that? Right. Thanks, Phil.
Okay. Can you put that presentation back up, please? Okay, good morning everyone. I'm here today supporting my good friend John Miller, who you've just heard speak. I've known John for around 7 years, and I clearly recall 2 years ago when he told me he was selling his house in Te Kowhai because the open farmland over his back fence had become a housing development. John has always valued open space, and being shut in wasn't an option. You've heard him talk about why he bought his property with the stunning views across Ashurst Park. He did his due diligence and bought the property knowing he would have this wide open space possibly for the rest of his life. For a number of reasons, I had not visited John's home until just a few weeks ago. He'd shown me photos both inside and out, but I didn't click that this new building was right over his fence. When I did get there a few years ago, I saw for myself what he had and what he would lose. Can you put next slide, please? This is a mock-up provided by staff of what the new building will look like from John's upper deck. Bring it up there. Can you have the next slide, please? So this is the view of what it would look like from John's upper deck. I offered to do everything I could to support John through this process, which was already halfway through the written submission process. I attended a meeting with some of his neighbours the following day, and that was reported in the Waikato Times. What I found most concerning was that the Community and Natural Environment Committee was able to make such a significant decision without any consultation with anyone. I found that P&H had been included in most of the Community Committee meetings since late 2020, and all through that time, none of the Puketi community around the proposed site knew anything about it. This is an $8 million project that no one knew about until after it was apparently too late. In late 2020, the Connecting Communities, Our Venues and Spaces strategy was approved. The report to Council for that strategy mentions that a business case was being developed for P&H. The approved strategy also states initial work will begin on number 2, targeted engagement with communities of interest. Outcome Area 3 states there is generally a need to provide better information to the public so there is greater clarity on what Council does and what can be expected from us by the community in relation to the provision and maintenance of community facilities. It seems Council has forgotten about the Connecting Communities strategy, and here's why. Next slide, please. I discovered just last Thursday that the resolution from last April's Community Committees meeting did not actually include a specific location. The resolution states that the committee approves a new facility to be built at Ashurst Park, and D, approves the commencement of the legislative process to change the classification of parts of Ashurst Park. There is no mention of which part of the park the building will be built on, or that requires classification. Yet all the documentation, letters to residents, discussions, social media posts, Zoom community meetings, etc., all only refer to the playground area by Ashurst Avenue. So I'm wondering why Council staff have not included the other 2 options in consultations. I'm wondering why there were social media posts about misinformation spreading about the project, yet it seems Council are the ones who have held back the other options and misled the public. Resolutions inform Council staff of the intentions of elected members in the various committees and should be clear and precise. The resolution from April the 18th did not inform staff to only present the Ashurst Avenue site. I've read through the analysis of submissions in the staff report for this meeting and noticed there is significant opposition to building the new Puketi neighbourhood house on this site. 56% of written submissions oppose this location. This isn't something that you can ignore, as well as the 700 signatures of the petition collected by John's neighbours. Can you go back, next slide, please? All this green space will be gone if you ignore the significant opposition to building at this location. Your job is to hold Hamilton City Council to account. It's the public's job to hold you to account. You represent us, and you now owe it to my good friend John Miller, his neighbours and the rest of Puketi to build the new building alongside its current location, beside the sports dome across the park, and leave this playground area alone. Thank you.
Thanks, Phil. No one online requesting anyone? No, I think that was very clear and on point, so
All good.
thank you for
Thank
your
you.
time as usual. Yep, appreciate it. Right, next in the chair we have Dominic Shooter. Hi Dominic, good morning to you. Welcome to the chamber.
So before I start, just to say I oppose this. It's important to remember that the opportunity to have your say is about the reclassification of a protected recreational reserve, Ashurst Park, not whether having a new community centre is a good idea, as this procedure has been framed and manipulated to portray, resulting in many of the submitted responses failing to understand the full impact of what is proposed. Our park is the very symbol of our community's history and connection to nature and each other, and it is on the verge of being reclassified for development. It's a decision that will have far-reaching consequences, not just for our beloved park, but for the future vision of keeping our green spaces in Hamilton itself. We cannot afford to let this happen. Our park holds the stories of generations past, and it serves as a sanctuary for both humans and wildlife. And it served us well as a very much needed refuge during the pandemic, as we viewed out of our window. The reclassification would mean stripping away its protected status, leaving it vulnerable to the whims of progress and profit. This decision sets a precedent for the future of Hamilton. If we allow this reclassification, what's to stop other cherished spaces from meeting the same fate? Our children and grandchildren deserve a chance to explore and connect with nature just as we have. Ashurst Park holds a special place in our hearts. It's the reason we came to buy our first home here. It's the first thing we see when we wake up in the morning. It's where our son learned to ride his bike, and eventually conquered the bumps. Watching him gain confidence to tackle the rope ladder has been a daily ritual on the walk with our dog, and we've had countless adventures where collecting sticks and pine cones that nature generously shares and seeking shelter under the large tree canopies when the heavens open, or from the heat of the sun to share a picnic. Thank you. Yes, we need a scalable community centre, but it shouldn't come at the cost of sacrificing our valuable green spaces. It's crucial to honour the hard work of our environmental advocates who strive to protect these areas. If nature truly holds significance for Hamilton, as per your Nature in the City Strategy 2020 to 2050, it's time to back up your words with meaningful actions. You can't manufacture nature. One practical step could be considering the sizeable flat land for sale just 300 metres adjacent to the current location on Kariwa Place, or a piece of land right next to the community centre which is in the proposal, and add a walkway through Kariwa Place where there's only a short walk to the transport hub at the base, or improve the footpaths from Ashurst Park, put up new signage to advertise where Puketi Neighbourhood House, which everybody knows is there because it's expanding. Someone has mentioned that the Hamilton City Council has already reclassified 2 recreational reserves to build 2 new community centres, one at Fairfield and one at the Migrant Centre. These, however, are different to this proposal because they are not built on sites that already have existing mature trees and existing destination playground. They're on a piece of land next to existing building or on a bare piece of land, and none of those factors that we are debating. They are also not surrounded by residential houses. Both of these community centres have houses across the road from them, but not residential homes surrounding them. Thank you.
Thank you, Dominic. Now, we just have a question for clarity from Deputy Mayor Angela.
Yeah, thanks, Dominic. Thank you for your submission. I was just a little confused right at the end.
Yes.
Because you very rightly pointed out that the consultation is about the reclassification of the park, and you mentioned the loss of green space comes at a cost, or you said the development will come at a cost of sacrificing the green space. So given the Puketi neighbourhood house is 1,000 square metres and the entire park is 100,000 square metres, so it's 1%. Can you just clarify me, given that is not material in terms of loss of green space, you finally said something about the impact on residents. So is it actually where it is rather than loss of green space, given it's 1% of the entire park? I'm just trying to really pinpoint your concern.
The concern is that the 1% that you decided to take is the 1% that actually contains all of the good stuff of the park.
Right, okay.
Sorry, I didn't mean to get angry.
No, I understand. So in terms of, yeah, I'm clear now. Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
The 1% that, of all of that park, there's like a lot of grass, there's a lot of fields for playing sports on.
Yeah.
There's some redundant space over by Puketi House, seems perfect for a building to be put on. And then there's a whole heap of trees, there's a park, there's tons of people, there's animals, there's wildlife, there's birds. And we're going to flatten all of that and put a building there.
Okay.
Brilliant! Sorry.
Yeah.
Thanks, Dominic.
I get it.
Councillor Wilson, would you like to?
Yeah, thanks, Dominic. You pretty well answered my question for clarity. I think I recall you saying early on that the majority of the park is designated for sport activity, but this particular area is the only recreational area where there is the playground and that community interface.
Yeah.
And that's what makes that 1% so significant.
Exactly, yeah.
Thank you, Ewan. Thanks, Dominic. Thanks for your submission today. Really appreciate it. Next submitter is Trish Thorne. Yeah, look, we're only 2 away. Is that? Yeah, for a friend. Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Trish. Are you're familiar with proceedings? Okay.
Yes.
Awesome.
Thank you. I think it's important to state, as has been stated so many times this morning, that this is about the reclassification of the area of land, and as Dominic has just clearly pointed out, it's that 1% that's so critical and so crucial. We are not against the Puketi neighbourhood house, and in fact, I value through personal experience a lot of what the community house has been able to do. It is about the location, and it is about the impact on the neighbourhood and the neighbours, etc. Of the 3 locations that have been mentioned, I believe beside the stadium would be the best, as it already has the services on site. So there's an element there taken care of, it has parking already established, and it is on a bus route, whereas Ashurst Ave is not on a bus route. We do have congestion with the cars at this stage, as again already been mentioned, before and after school, and in fact during special events. And the school is fortunate to be able to have a pool available, which is also available for community use during summer, which does take up both day and in some cases evening activities. So we don't want to lose what we already have, and that is the green space that provides that element of social connection, freedom, and a good way of living. So I just want to reiterate what others have said rather than just saying it over and over again. So this is not about neighbourhood house itself. It is about the reclassification of the area that you're talking about that's important to us.
That's great. Thank you, Trish, for your submission today. Really appreciate it.
Thank you.
I don't see any questions from the floor at this stage, so...
Thank you.
Well, thank you. Awesome. Okay, we're going to take one more, which will be Jane Lawrence, I believe. On Zoom, sorry. Sorry. Well, we're going to ask Vicky to wait while we take a break. Okay. Thanks. So, sorry, Jane, we would welcome you to the chamber from Zoomland. Just note that your microphone is currently switched off.
Okay, great. So is that all good? Thanks.
Yes. Yeah.
Excellent. Thank you for the opportunity for me to voice my opposition to the reclassification of Ashurst Park. I believe that money would be better spent on updating the existing community house, which has had significant money recently spent on it, like a repaint, new lighting all down the road and around the car parking. So yes, I think it is a very poor selection of a location for either an additional or a replacement community house. There's going to be additional traffic movement in what is now a really quiet street, child-friendly zone, with a large enough and expansive space where children aren't vying for space or safe passage through traffic. So there is a school and a childcare centre on Ashurst Avenue, and I believe that the traffic movement down that end is well managed, but I believe it would be ill-considered to increase traffic movement along Ashurst Park. As pointed out, it is a green safe space for children. I don't believe that relocating or building an additional community house there will, it's going to increase the carbon footprint, and we're all very mindful at the moment of doing the right thing with respect to the environment. You will not actually get 30 vehicle car parks that are of the size around the existing community house that allows for easy access for those that are maybe timid drivers or have mobility issues. If it is a problem with the access coming off Church Road because of the slope, the degree of gradient, then I'm sure that that would be able to be re-engineered at a more reduced cost than the cost of an additional community house. That is, our ratepayers and residents will be affected, and our money is actually on the line, and very often the time zone is incorrect, and there's generally a cost blowout. And right at the moment, I believe our council should be making very responsible and prudent decisions on how our money is being spent, as there's a lot of affordability issues around. There is a very good access along the path beside the community house up to Moreland Place to catch a bus. As is pointed out, there are no bus movements on Ashurst Avenue. The next would be Puketi Road, and then people would walk through a private access lane that the Hamilton City Council has been determined to do nothing to maintain or replace signage around. So it is a private lane that people will, by just the shortest route through, start using. And so that's going to be an issue for those that have purchased there with a need for, well, one, goodwill on behalf of all those residents, and maybe an increased need for security. So I hear that sure, the community house often the staff have left by 6, but in actual fact, events continue on till 9 and often in the evening later. And in around that residential end of the park, there are a number of shift workers, timid retirees, and so the traffic movement, people calling out, say goodbye over, over the space sound travels. Whereas where it is existing, where money has been spent on the existing house, it's in a light industrial area. There is no after hour concern about noise as people move in and out after an event. So I am going to advocate strongly on behalf of the children of the area that use this park. You need to just go in any time after school hours, and it's a lovely community environment for these children. It's not fenced, it's not looking like somewhere that is unfriendly and you have to be so cautious. It's a naturally calm location on a child-friendly street, and I'd really like to, on behalf of the neighbourhood, ask you please to leave this area as a green space for our children's sake, for the future children's sake, and for those that use it during the day. There's many though with mobility issues, and so there's a lot of children and adults that are taken there just as a calming environment. And as I say, that playground also has recently been updated within, say, maybe the last 10 years. So I'm going to suggest strongly that you do not spend money on, taking away something that you've already refurbished, and put the money into expanding the existing facilities, the office areas and so on, to the sunny north there. It's beautiful facilities that are well used, that would be hard to replace in budget. So I'd also like to see a very robust cost-benefit analysis that is in readiness for public scrutiny and comment, and that is, as I say, a prudent and responsible decision of expenditure of our ratepayers' money. Thank you.
That's great. Thank you very much, Jane. Appreciate your submission coming in from Zoom. Now, I understand Vicky is here, but I would like to suggest that we take a short break, just 10 minutes. Everyone's okay with that? Cool. Okay, and then we'll adjourn in another, 10 past 11. Thank you. behind schedule, so we'll kick back into it. Thanks, Jeff and Councillor Andrew. Thanks, guys. Thanks. Yep. Okay. So next to the next submitter we're going to hear from, who's kindly, and thank you to Vicky for kindly accommodating us with a little bit of a change in order, is Philippa Vickery. Welcome, Philippa. Hi. That's okay. So, Philippa, you are familiar with the proceedings?
Yeah.
Process? Yep. Okay. Okay. When you're ready, you go.
Good morning, Council, and thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Good morning.
On page 5 of the 23-24 annual plan, the Mayor and CEO state clearly that they were very mindful of the promises made to the people of Kirikirioa Hamilton around keeping our existing assets in good shape. We would like to see this promise kept, please. Ashurst Park ticks at least 4 of the 5 priorities listed in its vision statement for Hamilton. In particular, number 4, shaping a fun city with lots to do, and number 5, shaping a green city. The reclassification of Ashurst Park will negate these priorities. Puketi has a unique culture, with Ashurst Park being the heart of that culture. Ashurst Park services not only Puketi, but also St Andrews and Te Rapa. These areas have very few green spaces and certainly nothing like the facility at Ashurst Park. Ashurst Park is a destination playground where people gather. This lovely asset attracts families with people from all over the surrounding areas because of its unique open spaces and creatively very well designed facility. We believe that cutting the park up, as is being proposed, will not enhance the park and will change the whole ethos of it entirely. The green space in Ashurst Park is a little sanctuary and makes the surrounding environment a better place to live. This in turn improves the quality of life for everyone who uses it. We really appreciate the peace and quiet of wandering through this park. The busyness of 2 car parks will take away much of the peace and quiet. With the expected increase in the population of Hamilton, areas such as Ashurst Park are extremely valuable, not just for us today, but for the future generations. We need to jealously guard them, or there will be nowhere where people can go to experience the peace and beauty of our environment. The reclassification that is being proposed will be a huge loss to the community and Hamilton in general, especially those in the Puketi area. This proposal calls for the removal of many of beautiful trees, which will in turn mean the loss of the bird life that reside in these trees. It has a spacious playground, provisioned for bikes, skateboards, and also for ball games, places for the elderly to walk, plus many other activities too numerous to mention. It caters for the very young to the very, very old. And I believe this, the loss of this facility will be damaging to the community spirit and culture of Puketi. When the council asked the people of Puketi what they loved about Hamilton, they said the natural beauty of the region and that it was not a concrete jungle. We don't want Ashurst to become a concrete jungle with car parks and buildings. we need to jealously guard our park, or there will be nowhere where people can experience the natural beauty. The reclassification that is being proposed will be a huge loss to our community and Hamilton in general, especially those in the Puketi area. For these reasons, we do not want even a small part of Ashes Park to be reclassified. We want Ashes Park to be kept as a recreational reserve. Over 700 people have signed our petition supporting the non-reclassification of this green space. As already stated, I call upon the Mayor and the CEO to fulfil the promises that they made to myself and to all Hamiltonians in the 23-24 annual plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Philippa. I can see a couple of questions from around the table, so I'll invite Councillor Hutt.
Thank you. Thank you for your submission. I've just heard this a few times in some of the other submissions and just wanted to check that you were aware of this, but a destination playground is a term council uses to define a playground of a particular size, and currently Ashurst Avenue Playground is not classified by council as a destination playground. Were you aware of that?
No, I've been told that it was. No, I didn't.
Okay, cool. I just wanted to
It's a super playground, whether it's a destination playground or
Destination
not,
in your heart.
It's an incredible one. I have brought some photos here, some pictures. It has this incredible wave path. You guys did such a great job of creating this playground. People come from far and wide to use it, and it is a really, really unique and good playground, play area. It's spacious, it's got wonderful trees. If you're not into playgrounds, even people who aren't into playgrounds really love it. A really good job was done on this particular playground. There's nothing like it in the whole Puketi, St Andrews, Te Rapa area. Nothing. It's unique. It's one of a kind, and it is really amazing. And when it goes, we're going to have a token of a playground. We're not going to have anything like this, you know, and I've got pictures of old people, you know, grandparents with their children, young ones, teaching them to ride this bike. I've seen elderly people with walking sticks and walkers going round the bumpy path to get fit on this playground. And skateboarders, and they all work in harmony. It is really a unique playground. It's not just your average. That's why so many people are upset about this.
Can I just ask a follow-up question on that?
If it's really quick, you can.
Yeah.
Yep.
You said that when it goes, there won't be a playground like it, or, you know, words to that effect. I was just wondering where you had come across that information?
Well, when it goes, I've looked on the plan. The playground that is on the plan is a lot smaller than this area. Part of the uniqueness of this park is it's got space. So you'll see, like, you can't see the people in this photo, but over here behind it, there's a whole lot of play equipment, like in here. And these people were going round and round the park, but they're not interfering with the other people. There's room for people to move in this playground. You can fit a lot of people on this area. These people up here sitting there, they're watching their children over in the grounds, but you can't even see a whole lot of people behind them, but there were a lot of people on these days.
So just to clarify,
It's amazing.
in the report it said that the playground will be put back to a similar size, and so
The playground isn't just, the playground is quite spread out, and looking at the picture, the playground is like in this little area here. It doesn't look
it's
anything.
not a scale model picture though.
Yeah, I don't believe it will be. It's going to be in behind or around the corner from the park as it is at the moment. Part of the
Sorry to interrupt. I think we can ask staff for clarification around the playground side of things. So I'll just.
And you won't have the trees. I mean, these trees are 50 plus years old.
Yeah, thank you. Mayor Paula, are you?
Thank you for your presentation. In terms of, I think you said that you want to keep the whole area, so you're opposed to any redevelopment of the house, no matter where it goes.
I fully support the community house.
Where it is.
And I've got reasons that maybe I shouldn't, personal reasons. But I do still, despite all those, fully support Puketi House. Community houses are a good thing.
So you just want it to be in situ, where it is
We
already?
do want it. I mean, when you talk about the park, you're talking about the playground over here, a huge amount of soccer field and cricket grounds, great. And then on the other side is where the sports area is. I would much prefer it to be where it is.
Okay.
We just don't want it at the cost of this one piece of land there.
Yeah, no, that's what I wanted to clarify, because I thought I heard you say keep the whole area to a reserve, that you oppose the reclassification of any part of Ashurst Park.
The park, yes, and when we're calling it the park, we're talking here specifically about the part that they have got in the plan zoned off for reclassification.
Cool, that's cool. And
not the whole park as an entirety.
Excellent, thank you.
Yeah.
And that's the same as what the intent on the petition is?
The petition is for the piece that is in the plan that's cut off for the rest of the park.
Cool.
And everyone that signed that petition, when speaking to them, we said, we're in support of the community house. It's the reclassification of this area of the park that we don't want.
Good. Thank you so much.
Great.
Happy
Cool.
about it
Thank
being
you.
over the other side, totally supportive.
Thanks, Philippa. Appreciate your time and your effort to putting in your submission today. Well done. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Right, Vicky? Yeah, Vicky Shooter?
Morena.
Morena, thank you for being so accommodating with the
It's okay.
change in schedule as well. Appreciate it.
So I just want to start to acknowledge that I, along with many others here today, as we've heard, are aware of the great work that Puketi Neighbourhood House do for the community and fully support them to have a fit-for-purpose building. But what we are very strongly opposed and against is the location that has been chosen for this new build, which places it sandwiched between a number of residential properties, will mean a reclassification of a protected recreational reserve with mature trees and taking away our beloved, and I was going to say destination, but I'll now say extraordinary, playground and green space on Ashurst Ave. As stated in my submission online, my husband and I purchased our current house as our first home 7 years ago. It was where we saw ourselves raising a family. It was an idyllic location and home close to the city for work, near to facilities, shops, close to daycares and schools. It offered that perfect balance of being in an urban environment, but being surrounded by natural beauty and a space of peace and tranquility. We instantly fell in love with the natural outlook from our windows that relaxed your mind and your body. Bedroom window looks out onto this protected recreational reserve with mature trees, spacey grassy areas for us to enjoy and explore with our now 2 kids and our dog. We have an adored playground that children from all over the city and the community come to enjoy and relax with their whānau and friends. This part of Ashurst Park that you want to build on and take away literally feels like our home away from home. It offers the beauty and peacefulness and openness of the countryside right on our doorstep. And from our bedroom window, it is our sanctuary. It is for many others as well, a place to relax, to play, to exercise, to reflect, to offer solace for not only our physical needs, but our emotional and our spiritual well-being. I am certain that not one of you sitting here would wish to have this built right next to your bedroom window, right next to your lounge window, and open your curtains to a huge building every morning, to no mature trees, no open space right out your window, a car park, service vehicles coming and going, and noise from all sorts of events that are going to be put in this place from possibly 7 a.m. in the morning till maybe 10 p.m. at night. How can you justify that when parents have families and little children, we're wanting to get to sleep, and then at 9 o'clock at night are woken up by strangers loitering? This proposal has had a significant impact on myself, my husband, and my family's mental and emotional and physical well-being for the past few months since we were made aware of these plans that council and others have known about for over a year. We have been worried, we've been anxious, frustrated, unable to sleep properly or relax with our family or friends. It has been a constant stressor in our minds and in our lives. We spend our time in limbo, stressing about now whether we will need to sell our home, and we would now need to do so at a substantial loss due to the public knowing of this proposed build and not wanting to live next to it. It would mean uprooting our family, our life, our home. We have worked so hard to create here in Puketi and in a community that we love. Or we stay and we endure the next 12 to 18 months, maybe longer, of stressing and living next to a construction site with air and noise pollution, traffic and trucks, worrying about the safety of our kids and others in the community, walking to and from school and having limited access to our homes and this part of the park while this is being completed. My kids' treasured playground with their adored bike track where they learnt to ride their bike, the flying fox that kids love to go on, will be demolished. Even though it is said that a new playground will be built, it won't be the same. It won't have the same connection that this playground does to me and to many others in this community. And it won't be built until this project is complete, as far as I understand. That is 12 to 18 months of no playground for these kids in this area. The loss of our mature trees that provide habitats for our native birds, our butterflies, other animals is not replaceable with a few token trees, and our ecosystems will be destroyed. We will lose the mature trees, the canopy that they provide, the shelter from the rain and from the heat of the sun when families come to play, picnic and socialise, meditate or relax in this part of Ashurst Park. Yes, there are fields of green open space where sports are played, but it is not the same as what is provided in this current location and what you want to take away. One of my other main areas of concern is safety. Safety for our children, our families and our homes. Unfortunately, the vicinity of this proposed community centre, right smack in the middle of our residential home, presents potential risks, including loitering, criminal activities, the presence of drug, alcohol and substance abuses, particularly after hours and on weekends, which is already a concern in the current site. These activities bring with them risks which directly threaten the well-being and the safety of our children, the families that live nearby to the proposed new build. The car park at P&H currently has boy races, using that space for burnouts and congregating after hours and on weekends. A new car park put on Ashurst Avenue within a residential area will be no different and will attract the same behaviours and will again greatly impact on those living next to or nearby this proposed site. No amount of lighting and added security and all the other things that have been mentioned are going to stop this type of behaviour and put the risk that is going to be put upon our families. These are only a few in my time of the reasons and concerns why I'm against this proposal for this location. There is another obvious choice which has been mentioned right next to the current P&H which should be reconsidered. If the council value their vision for nature in the city and their strategy that they've put forward and valuing the significant impact that this will have on the neighbouring properties and families, the environment and our ecosystem, please reconsider. Thank you.
Thanks, Vicky. I appreciate you coming in and giving us your submission.
Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see any questions, so you're welcome to step away. Yep, thank you. Yeah. Right, next we have, next submitter is Morris Flynn.
Thanks. Morning everyone. So those that don't know me, I am Morris. I am a disability advocate and a resident of Hamilton. And I am speaking today in favour of changing the location of the building for the Puketi House. They offer great services that our disabled community can and do benefit from, including our total mobility and accessibility concession they do assessing for disabled people within our community. And I can go into those if you don't know what they are. The main issue with the existing location in regards to accessibility or universal design is what the term I like to use, because everybody benefits from universal design, not only our disabled people, they benefit the most, is the main issue from the current location is the Church Road entrance. Many disabled people do not drive or cannot drive for various reasons, and rely on public transport or using our footpaths to get around to be connected to the community that they belong to. The bus stop on Church Road is difficult. It's on a slope itself, and it's particularly difficult to cross Church Road. It is a busy road. It's a main road, busy with traffic, both residential and it's in a zone where I guess there's a lot of trucks as well around that area. And the main issue, which has already been mentioned today, is that massive hill to get to and from the current location. It's very steep. As an example, I'm a wheelchair user, and I would not go down that hill myself. I would consider that what I would call a nitro circus hill. You would end up doing a flip. And getting up it as well, I don't know how many people with mobility aids would be able to get up that hill or do. Not a lot of people would be able to get up there, including myself. I'm fairly active, and there's no way I could get up there. So, as I mentioned, Waikato is leading the way with accessibility to public transport. Back in 2019, some of the elected members who are at this table, back in 2019 we set out the accessibility concession. We were the first in New Zealand to do so. Other councils have recently followed. So what that is free public transport for disabled community that cannot drive. So we are promoting that. We are wanting disabled people to use our public transport. And they're doing so. We've got about 3,500 active users of the accessibility concession locally. So with this, our local infrastructure and a high priority for council infrastructure needs to lead the way also. This means getting to and from council facilities needs to be easy for everybody. So the benefits I see of relocating to Ashurst Park is there is a bus route that is one street over, and the location is flat. It's easy to navigate for everybody. It's and I think, in my opinion, it'll be a lot more cost effective than trying to make Church Road entrance more accessible. There's a lot of room to create universal design in many aspects, crossing points, and that everybody will benefit from being able to get to and from if you do not drive. So yeah, I did also mention, which is not in the scope or what we're talking about today, but it was more about the internal of redesigning the Puketi House, which I would be in favour. And I know it's not in the particular budget for it at the moment, but if we were to do another fully accessible bathroom as well to accommodate people that need those facilities. Yeah, thank you.
Morris, I can see that we've got a question from Councillor Wilson.
Yeah, thanks, Mark. Thanks, Morris, for coming along. Thanks for all the work you do in the disability sector. And I hear your argument on behalf of the disability sector. I've just got a philosophical question for you. Mm-hmm. You refer to human rights and access to facilities. How do you reconcile individual property rights where people bought property next to a recreational reserve with the certainty that that would remain such, and now council are going to strip those rights away? How do you balance your rights over their rights?
Good question. I think that from to be honest, it's been from the disabled community, and when our needs have not been met in a lot of ways, where we've built infrastructure that is not accessible, it doesn't create community. I don't think that taking away I don't think that we are taking away one's rights. I think we are exploring a way to include everybody's rights. For the issues that have been spoken about today, about what we're concerned about with relocation, I think that with community, those issues could be resolved. Yeah, I don't see a way with the current location that we could benefit from that.
One final question. In its current location, I understand the bus limited access argument.
Yeah.
Right. Are there any community or government-funded mechanisms that would enable someone with a disability to actually get to the sports dome currently?
Yep. Yeah, there are. Like I mentioned, total mobility. Yes, that is an option.
And is that a cost to you?
Yes. So accessibility concession, that means that there's no cost to the disabled person. They can get to and from for free using public transport, accessible public transport, so our buses. With total mobility, there is a cost, and it is a significant cost to the disabled person. It is a reduced cost, but yes, there are other options, but there are flaws within that scheme as well. The main one would be for a person that's in a power wheelchair and needs to use a hoist. There's very limited with that, so they may miss out on a ride. With buses, there's another option there for them to be able to get to and from.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Ewan. Councillor Louise, but in the interest of time.
Thank you.
Yep.
Hey, Morris.
Hi.
I was wondering if you could perhaps offer some thoughts on some of the comments made by other submitters around concerns about accessibility if it's put into that part of Ashurst Park. So there were some comments made around concerns about, slightly more traffic maybe, or, having increased activity. Do you see that as an accessibility concern?
With appropriate ways to accommodate both, I don't think that will be an issue. With universal design and other examples that we've got around the city, like raised crossings, I know people aren't really for those, for understandable reasons, but for children to be able to get across the road confidently, they're good. For disabled people, they benefit the most, especially with raised. When I try to cross the road, I'm down low. I don't know if people are going to be able to see me. Oftentimes they don't. So that, I think, is a good way to slow down traffic and also to benefit pedestrians as well. Also too, as well with playgrounds and their infrastructure, I see the benefits of having a slight upgrade if we are going to modify the playground. Universal in design and playgrounds is a key, it's a passion of mine. I've got little nieces and nephews I like to play with, but often I go to playgrounds and I'm left out because I can't interact with them there because the infrastructure doesn't accommodate that. So if we're going to be doing a look at the playground there, there's an option and there's a benefit there to be able to put in some more universal design and accessible equipment there that everybody could use. Yeah.
Great, thank you.
Awesome. Thank you.
Good. Okay, thanks, Morris. Thanks for your submission today. Really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Keep up the good work that you do. I'd like to invite Trish Walsh to the submitters chair. Good morning, Trish. Good, thank you. Just a reminder, there's 5 minutes, and
Classification of Ashurst Park. It is the jewel of the Puketi community. I'd hate to see the aesthetic environment be destroyed so that a building can be built here. Standing in the park, one can easily forget they're actually in part of a city. For Scott and Tiffany to say they're only going to use 1% of the park isn't quite true. They're going to use 100% of the playground and park area. The rest compromises sports grounds. When we relocated here some 26 years ago, it was the park that sold us our house. Having 3 young children, it was seen as an extension of our section. With this new brand of housing that has been developed, it will be the only area these children have to play in. Antisocial behaviour exists in every community, not just Ashes Park. Already people have been noted to sleep in their cars, be showered and fed at the current house. And proposing to put the playground out of sight and behind residential houses is absurd. The risk of bullying and intimidation will increase. Children will also run the risk of getting hit with either cricket or soccer balls. Residents will lose any quiet times with the continual noise. Some residents actually work night shift. When are they supposed to sleep in peace? I'm disgusted that neither the council nor PNH consulted residents. This was even being proposed. The first I knew was back in May, when in the Times there was a headline, "We're going to build a new house." No mention where it was going to go. Stupidly, I assumed it would be near the existing one. There was never a public face-to-face meeting, just one held over Zoom, helpful for elderly people without computers, with the chat feature turned off. One had to type questions in, and those running the meeting were very particular in what they answered, as many answers were unknown. To say it's going to be cheaper to build a new one is a little misleading. The cost of earthquake proofing the existing one has been included in the cost of building it. If the council build a new one, they still have to stump up the 1.2 million required to fix the existing one. I implore the council to look for alternative sites for this build. A few examples: the Puketi Farm Park, already on a bus route and near the empty Lollipops building, empty sections on Kawera Place, vacant land at the top of the base. The Western Community Centre is what is going to be modelled on. The main difference there is it is standalone in a park, not sandwiched 8 metres in between 2 houses. This project has been kept under wraps. Even today, residents in the area do not know it is happening. How about some public notification on it? To the councillors on Hamilton, please remember, you were voted on to get in this position. And like an elephant, I don't forget. Any questions?
Thank you, Trish. Invite some questions for clarity, and currently don't see any, so thank you very much for taking the time to submit today. Really appreciate it. Right, next submitter is Simon Findle. Apologies if I've pronounced that.
I don't know how to pronounce it either.
Okay, nice one. All right. Simon, you're familiar with how this all rolls?
Not 100% sure, actually. I have a presentation that I've sent in, but I can't see it anywhere. Can someone please pull it up for me?
Okay, so you have 5 minutes to do your submission. Often we'll say, if you could leave some time at the end for questions, for clarification. So just try and keep within that 5 minutes. There'll be a countdown up on the board
Yeah,
there.
brilliant. Thank you.
Yep.
Well, tēnā koutou. My name is Simon Findle. I'm a local resident. I live on Oakfield Crescent, down the way from the park. I have 2 girls. They're aged 1 and 4. So naturally, I've spent a lot of time in this park. It's our local go-to, and it's my space to go for a walk to unwind when I need to. What you can see from the picture of the park on the screen is we have some pretty big and pretty space-hungry kit in our park. We have a scooter track, a flying fox, along with a bunch of other playground equipment. This gives it quite a bit of point of difference in that there's different equipment that targets different age ranges. It allows the playground to grow with your kids. And Maria Barry of Council describes this as a popular playground. In fact, my wife is friends with a family from Flagstaff who come to our side of the river to go to our playground because it has the scooter track that their kids enjoy. Right, now how do I skip a slide? Next slide, please. Here we go. So Cullimore, there's only 2 playgrounds in Puketi. There's another one that's very small. It's on Cullimore Street. It's on the south side of a hill, and it's not well utilised. For all intensive purposes, this is the only playground worth speaking of in the whole suburb of Puketi. Thanks. Next slide. So, I guess there's been a bit of a journey discovering about this project, and council states on their website the current playground would need to be moved, and the size of the new play space will be the same as the existing playground. Slightly clunky wording, but what the observer will take from this is that the new playground is going to be the same size as the old one. Next slide, please. On top of that, our Deputy Mayor has weighed in heavily on this issue. This was a Facebook post that was put out there. Given there are absolutely no connections, we can only presume that this was monetarily promoted in order to make the reach that it did. And the Deputy Mayor...
I don't push,
right.
I don't pay
Cool.
for anything ever for my Facebook page unless I'm during an election, so please don't say things that are not true.
That's noted, Deputy
All right.
Mayor. We'll move
Apologies,
on.
that was speculation on my part, my apologies.
Yeah, thank you,
But what
Simon.
it stated is that while some playground equipment may need to be shifted, the playground will continue to have the same offering it does now. And so to the observer that reads this, they are expecting, hey, some kind of scooter track, a flying fox, something that's of a similar scale to what we already have. Next slide, please. And so these are the consultation drawings that came out. And they look different. There's something not quite right in terms of the scale and the proportions of what is shown here. Can we go to the next slide, please? So I did a direct comparison between what the current playground is now, that's shown on the left-hand side, and I've outlined it in blue. On the right-hand side, I overlaid the drawings that are shown with the consultation, and the remaining space left for the playground is shown in red. And I guess if you are questioning the integrity of this map, I've shown the small red dots on the property boundaries to show how I calibrated this drawing. But if you're expecting sub-metre accuracy in terms of what's shown, council will have to provide that. Next slide, please. And so this is the render that's been provided in this location. You can see that there's a very impressive building and a car park next to it. And the playground is a small afterthought at the end there. I know that someone's going to say that, hey, we're not actually consulting on the playground now, and that will get designed later. But the impacts on our park are absolutely within the scope of this discussion. And so I think the onus is on council to show that the negative impacts of their proposal are being mitigated. Next slide, please. So this business case's recommendation and the councillor's decision to proceed with the reclassification consultation were predicated on the understanding that the playground would have to be moved and not substantially downsized and have equipment removed. Next slide, please. And so I guess this is largely my conclusion, is that the extent of the reclassification and the resulting impacts on a popular community park and playground are not acceptable. And the messaging from council has sufficiently muddied the waters to undermine the consultation process and what the public are expecting from this site. Thank you.
Oh, excuse me. Thank you, Simon. Thank you for your submission. Appreciate it. Don't see any questions from anyone, so... Okay.
Good morning. Oh, nearly good afternoon. Good morning. I've asked a couple of people this in respect to what consultation occurred, and heard that it hasn't been much, and there's reference to a Zoom call in which people were unable to speak. And then I was just looking through the report before and been a bit confused to see statistics and other things collected. So are you aware of any other forms of engagement or communication from council on this matter, or?
I guess I am aware that the Zoom call did take place. I did view some of the content afterwards. I think...
But prior to that, anything that Any other sort of engagement campaigns that you became aware of?
No, my first awareness of this was when it was published by a member of the community Facebook page. Someone concerned about the impacts. So that was how I was introduced to this subject.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Louise? No? Oh, you were there, but yeah. If you don't, that's good. Okay, let's hold on to that then. Good one. Thank you, Simon.
Thank you.
Right, next submitter is Christine Barlow. Good morning, Christine. Floor is yours. Okay, all right,
Okay.
you go for it.
Cool, thank you. I'm a resident directly affected by this reclassification of Ashurst Park. I've lived next to it for 22 years. And the reason why I'm against this proposal is because the space is highly used and a valuable public reserve for the community and for decades. And to lose this green space would be devastating. The space provides an area for the community to come relax, walk their dogs, and enjoy the more mature trees and bird life, and where families can come together and ride bikes, fly kites, connect for gatherings, birthday parties, and play on the well-designed current playground. The second reason why I'm against this reclassification is for personal reasons. As I said, I bought my home back in the year 2000, and I bought it because of the beautiful park outlook. And lots of green space for my family to grow up next to. And over the years, we've seen the playground updated to a popular destination park. The exotic trees have flourished, as well as the bird life in the area, and creating it the ideal ecosystem. Every day I go outside my door and enjoy the beautiful sounds of native bird life and families enjoying the park. My home has grown into my sanctuaries, and being able to live next to such a beautiful green space and enjoy the sights and sounds of the reserve gives my family a sense of peace and is critical for our mental health and well-being from everyday stress and worries. If the reclassification goes ahead, my family's home and life will never be the same. Instead of a beautiful, quiet, peaceful outlook and clean air and minimal light pollution, this will be replaced by a commercial building right over my fence line, concrete car parking and a driveway which will be used for delivery vehicles, staff cars and rubbish trucks. This will also increase the light and noise pollution next to my house, as the community centre is open from early in the morning until late in the evening. This will accommodate the visiting community groups and school care programs. This will be the noise I will hear inside and outside my house every day, plus increased noise and stress from the added traffic to the area. If this bill goes ahead, my property value will decrease, my house will lose its current view of Ashurst Park, my home privacy will be greatly reduced, and not to mention the increased worry and stress caused by the antisocial behaviour that the centre currently has issues with. This is a big stress factor for me, and I do not want people lurking around, graffitiing, or sleeping in their cars right next to my property's fence line. Moving the community house in amongst residential housing with a few extra lights will not deter this antisocial behaviour. I would also like to point out that up to the 16th of July, Ashurst Park's listing on the Hamilton City Council website included mention of all the playground activities. When I checked this website again on the 19th of July to reference for my feedback response, the listing had changed, and now Ashurst Park is only listed as a sports park and no mention of the playground activities. I was shocked to see this and question the integrity of the whole process, especially when I discovered a Facebook post made by a Hamilton City Councillor dated the 19th of April, congratulating the Puketi Neighbourhood House for funding towards a new building in Ashurst Park, and stated that construction was to begin later this year. I found this very disheartening, and at the first time, because this is the first time I'd heard anything about the project. The first time I'd heard anything about the project was a brief letter I found in my mailbox on the 10th of May. The reclassification affects my family and the community's everyday life and personal well-being. I want to keep our beautiful local green space and playground in its current state, so our neighbourhood will remain linked to one of the 5 priorities listed in the Hamilton City Council's current annual plan, aimed at improving the well-being of Hamiltonians and shaping a green city. Thank you. Cool.
Thank you, Christine. Appreciate you taking the time to submit. Don't see any questions of anyone, so would welcome you to step away. Thank you. Okay, so the next submission, I'd like to invite Colleen Sitlington. Okay.
Hello.
Well, welcome, Colleen. If you'd like, you were going to bring some support with you? Oh, yeah, here we go.
Thank you.
Okay.
This is scary.
Oh, don't, please just relax and take it easy. It's a very, look, I've been told many things and scary is one of them, but I've tried my best to look welcoming today. I spent extra time in the mirror doing my hair, actually, so, yeah.
Small things can become big things. In 1977, the Ashu staff banded together and built a playground. Materials and native trees bought with their own money. The weekends were spent planning and building. Today we have this beautiful green space. Of course, the old playground has long since gone, and in its place a marvellous one that children and adults enjoy, and that can be seen clearly from the footpath and the road. Your proposed plan to move from where it is now would be detrimental, so please, we are asking you to leave things where they are. Our hope is not to abandon the expansion and work of the community house, but to keep the park and all that is in it where it is. Your proposal to have the community house, a shop, an eating place, etc., parking places and driveways built so very close to homes already there will completely block views and sunshine. Noise and music from functions booked will be uncomfortable and a nuisance. I've heard from residents that this has already been a worrying problem. Moving the premises to the proposed area would also give access to vandalism and the destroying of property, another huge concern to homeowners, as the building looks to be very close to some of the homes. Fences and lighting seem to make no difference, whatever. So please, leave our park and green space where it is. The proposed plan to have the driveway off Ashurst will be a huge danger to everyone. Already we have larger numbers of cars, trucks, motorbikes and buses travelling along Ashurst Ave. Te Rapa Primary School is about 400 metres from the park entrance. By the way, there is a plaque that was presented to us from the then City Council of the time, placed at the entrance of the park. But school traffic is hectic. Children and others walk to and from school, so having the proposed entranceway off Ashurst Ave would be dangerous. It's our wish to be able to see, as you are walking along the footpath or driving along the road, to view a splash of green and beautiful trees. It would be awful to have another concrete jungle there instead. To go back to the small things, when the little playground was first started, my young grandson's great-grandfather gave us a small tree to plant. Now it is big like the park. We are all so fortunate to have, just like it is now, and just where it is. Please, leave the people's Ashurst Park and green space in peace where it is, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Colleen. Really appreciate you taking the time to submit today. Councillor Ewan, I believe you have a question for clarification.
Thanks, Councillor Mark. Hi, Colleen. Thanks for coming in. Is this the first time you've ever submitted to council?
Yes.
Over how many years have you lived as a resident?
Nearly 50.
Nearly 50 years. When you bought your property, obviously there was the recreational reserve. What did that mean to you at the time? what were you thinking you were buying?
Well, actually, we were told that the area there would soon be more or less the middle of Hamilton City. And I just couldn't believe it because we just had cows and paddocks around us. There was no Oakfield present. The Ashurst Road didn't go where it goes to now to Church Road, and houses just stopped at the park where it is.
So you were told that it would be the middle of the city,
Yeah.
but was it to be a park?
No, I don't know. I don't know.
Right.
I don't know. I didn't have any inkling of that.
And final question, I think I heard you say that you were involved in planting or and spending time as a community developing the play area in the park. Did council help fund that, or was that a community-driven?
It was a community thing. And then we were told we have to really make the little playground things, but they weren't safe enough. But
So initially it started
was
as a
so
community
tiny.
initiative?
Pardon?
It initially started as a community initiative?
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ewan. Thank you, Colleen. All right, next submitter we have on the list is Mr. Gordon Spears.
Good morning.
Good morning, Gordon.
Okay, I am opposed to the development. My reasons are there is room in Ashurst Park for all users. It's just a matter of planning to make it fit. Reclassification should only be done after all options have been considered and impact it will have on the community. The Kiwi dream of a house on a quarter-acre section is fast disappearing, and families will grow up in apartments. And it cannot be overstated the importance of parks and reserves for their mental and physical well-being, to have family gatherings, picnics, and access to an iconic playground. For those of you who maybe do a bit of exercise, trail walking, or the Hakramatas in Arawahia, an example of the need to be near nature and getting fresh air and sun. The recreational area of Ashurst Park is as good as you can get, or ever hope to get, in a residential area. Council now are proposing to chop down the trees, bulldoze away the playground, and build a multi-business complex where people can go to an air-conditioned, artificially lit cafe and buy junk food, look out a window at what would be a poor replacement for a playground with their kids. I question whether it's ethical also for council to finance Puketi Neighbourhood House, which is supposed to be a charity, but it has morphed into a multi-business commercial enterprise. And is it entitled to council assistance, as it's competing against other businesses out there in the real world, which have been doing it tough for the last 2 years. I also understand that it is to be gifted, and I've heard that, and we need transparency on who it's to be gifted to, because once it's gifted, it can be changed into anything. I also question the council's calculations when they say they are taking 1% of the park, but in reality, they are taking 100% of recreational area of the park. The bulk of the park is actually sports ground. Council needs to be mindful that charity is a choice, and the taking the recreational area of the park for a charitable cause may not be a donation all people are willing to make. I question that the council's calculations again. Comparing building a standalone building to an earthquake-proof and adding on to the sports building they already occupy is just nonsense. There's enough room to build a standalone building near the sports ground. Puketi Neighbourhood House do not need roadside frontage. The fact that they have outgrown their current premises indicates nobody is having trouble finding them or getting to them. With the Puketi School midway in Ashurst Ave, the road is frequently gridlocked in the morning and in the afternoon with cars coming and going, as the access to the house being there will just compound that problem. Finally, Council do not seem to have done a calculation on the value of the recreational area to the community and for future generations to come. So I'll do that for you. It's priceless. I hope that gives you some guidelines to make a decision.
Excellent, thank you, Gordon. Appreciate you coming in to make your submission today. Thank you, that's well done. I don't see any questions from the floor at this stage, nothing in Zoom, so you're welcome to step away. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next on the list is another name that's very familiar to most of us around the table. Hopefully without any technical difficulties. We should have Martin Gallagher online. Good day to you, Martin.
Thank you, and as you colleagues will know that the technical difficulties is on a strong point.
You're doing well so far, so keep it up.
Yeah, no, first of all, I just want to say, listening into the submissions so far, that I'm obviously extremely respectful of the cross-section of submissions and concerns that you are hearing. And I'm not a councillor anymore, very obviously, thank goodness. So I'm not going to get into the micro detail, albeit I realise this is the purpose to a degree of this meeting. But what I want to stress is that what we shouldn't lose in all of this is the desperate need, in my view, for an appropriate standalone facility for the Puketi Neighbourhood House. I've had involvement with this organisation more or less since its inception, and over the last 36 years, believe it or not, and I want to acknowledge its incredible contribution to the Hamilton North community. This, in my view, is due, as I said in my submission, to the tireless dedication of many amazing community volunteers. I call them community heroes, who have worked with a dedicated paid staff and to develop and grow the excellent services it provides. I also want to make the point in terms of need for sporting recreation facilities. The existing building that they're in my humble view, needs to be properly used for sporting recreational purposes. And I do believe that there needs to be an appropriate standalone facility for the Puketi Neighbourhood House. Where that is eventually located in terms of the micro detail very clearly is up to you as elected members, and whether there's leeway to obviously have further communication with the community on that is entirely obviously up to you. The reservation I do have with its current location is I think the Church Road access has a number of restrictions, and in an ideal world I do believe a community house that is better linked to the rest of the neighbourhood is better. So in summary, I support the need for a standalone facility. I think there's a desperate need for that, and also to develop the current sports hub facility. The micro detail as to exact location, obviously that's in the hands of council and elected members and the community. That is my submission.
Thank you, Martin, and may I be the first to actually say thank you for keeping within the allotted time. This is, I feel like I'm in some sort of parallel universe, but based on your
yes, I
on history.
Now I've left council, I'm much better behaved.
Well done. Look, my colleague, Councillor Wilson, has a question for you.
Hi, I was about to say Councillor Martin, but lovely to see you. Martin, my question is just trying to get a better understanding of how do you reconcile with your historical involvement in championing green space and reserve areas, the idea of reclassifying an existing green space into and removing that status and enabling the house to be built?
Well, the question, the way I would answer that is obviously you want to maximise the appropriate use of green space, and that's what I said. I'm not going to get into the micro detail, and I respect totally, Ewan, that's going to be a consideration you will have to make, because clearly, and I also acknowledged a previous submitter correctly said that as we move into increasing residential density, open green space is going to be increasingly important. However, in that mix, so to speak, the need for an appropriate standalone facility mustn't obviously be overlooked. As I said, I'm not going to get into the micro detail of that, but I certainly acknowledge the intent of your question.
Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Ewan, and thank you, Martin, for your submission today. It's lovely to see you online. Thank you.
Thank you for your good work.
Yeah, right. So next up we have on the order is Kathy Quinn. Welcome, Kathy.
Right. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning, Kathy.
Good
afternoon now. Yep.
I was alive at the beginning of the community house in Puketi, right? And Sue Wood, we had a discussion about it's getting too big, where we're going to go. And we went into the garage, and then they bought the one behind, and not once did this park come up. We wasn't even thought of, we wouldn't take the children's playground, we wouldn't take the people's playground. This was the people's playground. But the community house needed to grow. Anyway, then it leased another place. And then one day I heard it had piggybacked onto the back of the sports dome, okay? And went over there, and lovely to have a cup of tea. Anyway, these photos here are photos that I saw of the children at the park, okay? These ones, their parents said they could have a photo, and the kids wanted to have a photo. These are friends having a good time, all right? There's one of children there playing together at the top. Now, can you move on to the another photo of people? Oh, see, this is a space here. Now, they can't build here, I believe, because it's got a lot of pipe work going underneath there, okay? But where the trees are, in the sandpit, can be built on. And as we know nowadays, you can actually put houses on, what do you call it? Peatland. Yeah, and that's what Bunnings have done. And it's already got a pile of sand on it. That could actually be an area for the new one, if you wished. Can we go to another one? Now, they're wanting to build some vegetable boxes. They have got some there already. Now, Futana Putahi, over in, thank you, yes, Tufana Putahi, they have built them, and the first 4 months was excellent. But after that, the people didn't come and get their vegetables. They didn't, when they arrived, they were just sort of dead leaves, and they didn't have the history of being able to garden. And it just turned up to be a mess and weeds, and it disappeared, pretty much, okay. This is the traffic on Ashurst Avenue. I got stuck there. This is just in front of the school. I got stuck there for 9 minutes trying to get past the school. Now, you see they built a new thing here on the road to cross. That's because some child got hit on the road crossing. 2 other people have been hit recently, one of them sitting behind me, and unfortunately, he might tell you about it. And another one is a motorbike, but we passed at Elmwood Crescent and Ashurst at that corner there. And the motorbike, he's had 7 operations so far. He's lucky to be alive. The ambulance, I was onto the ambulance at the time, and they said, what's this level of survival? I said, well, maybe 30% or 50. When they got them, they didn't think he'd have any percent, actually. And he's had 7 operations, and he's heading for more. Can we have another one? Yep, that's the school. That's the crossing. I mean, the cars are just standing there, so people just wander across. No wonder they get hit. You know? Okay? We won't pick on that guy or the dog. Now, this is what we want to keep. These trees are majestic. You just come there and you just feel so small, and it feels so big, and it's so free, and it's so open. And these people, they just enjoy it. It's been here since I arrived, okay? I think there's some other people there that had a good time. Can't really see. Well, you can see what it looks like. Oh, that tree there, I caught 2 boys cutting that tree down. And it's native. And they said, oh, we're very sorry, they said. And we discussed the tree and the sap and the stuff. But the tree won, and it's still there. And we're hoping that the trees will win, okay? And that we do have a park at the end of the day. Thank you. Now, there's something else I want to say. We have a very complex community, and we have the mongrel mob, and there are 2,000 members of this, okay? And they come and play here. Some of them signed the petition. Others didn't want you to have their phone number or their name. And so they do help look after it. If we've got a problem, we go. If the police say, look, why don't you go and talk to the mongrel mob, which I thought was a bit strange, but they actually don't like to, you know, they keep control. We need this for quality time for the kids. We need it for, it's an equaliser for people. Everybody's the same. We lose our titles when we go there, okay? I wouldn't be the principal of a school if I went there, okay? I'd be a teacher. I wouldn't be a teacher, I'd be just mum or granny, okay? And as granny, I think it's important. Now there's, these kids, the mongrel mob provides a structure and a role, and it fills the need of family. There's also going to be a very high cost to this for us personally, me personally, but I don't think I'm allowed to tell you the whole high cost.
No, yeah. Thank you, Kathy. Appreciate you taking the time to come in and submit today. It's much appreciated. I don't see any questions around the table, so I would invite you to leave. Thank you. Next submitter we have is Jennifer Kelly. Is it Kelly or Carly? Corley. Go on, third time. Yep.
I do have a handout that I'm not sure how this works in this
Can we take hand? Yep. Corey will grab that off you and pass it out for you, so you can use your 5 minutes to your advantage.
So, kia ora. I'm Jennifer Corley, and I represent Interactions, a charity working in Hamilton alongside individuals and their family and whānau who are disabled in and by the community, which includes community members who are on the margins. Interactions supports the part reclassification of Ashurst Park to enable the building of a purpose-built community facility to be the new home of Puketi Neighbourhood House. For more than 50 years, Interactions has helped people plan and build their best lives as part of the community. Interactions has a vision of a society where everyone is important, everyone is valued, and everyone has a place of belonging in their communities. Some of the people we serve were born with impairments, which may mean they require extra support. Others might have had an accident and/or suffered mental or emotional trauma. This could happen to any one of us. As humans, we all have a need to interact, to be part of a community. We are seeing the harm to individuals and communities caused by social isolation during lockdowns. To be part of the community, people with similar interests and goals need accessible places to meet and socialise. Having a place where everyone belongs and feels welcome helps to build a strong and resilient neighbourhood. Puketi Neighbourhood House helps and strengthens its local community by hosting a large variety of community events and activities and services for thousands of people. It was established after a need was identified in the area over 30 years ago. Its services and programs have not just survived, but thrived and continue to grow since its inception. It is one of the most successful houses in the Waikato, even mentoring other houses. In this way, it's worked not only to help Puketi residents, but it's benefited the wider community. It is important to provide a fit-for-purpose accommodation for organisations like Puketi Neighbourhood House to operate in. We would not expect a squash club to make do with a converted stable, or a knitting club to operate out of a swimming pool. Yet our community groups are expected to put up with converted buildings which don't fully meet their needs. After 30 years of successful operation, surely a warm, clean, purpose-built facility with good parking and accessibility is not too much for the Puketi Neighbourhood House to ask. A safe, attractive, easily accessible, larger, purpose-built community house with flexible, multi-purpose spaces is more inclusive, enabling people, including the disabled and those on the margins of our community, to come together to share and enjoy their unique gifts, strengths, skills, which is vital to building community. Relationships build communities. We need places for people to meet, build relationships and form networks, which make up the social capital of a community. With a new building, Puketi Neighbourhood House will be able to promote and communicate more opportunities to the community it serves, and the connections will be strengthened. Ashurst Park has many sport-focused amenities that are already well supported by the community. This reclassification will affect only a small section of the park. The building will take up less than 1% of the land, will provide an inviting entry to the park, improved parking, and will allow current park users to continue enjoying their current activities. The playground can be moved and rebuilt to be better than the existing one. Very few trees, therefore very few birds, will be affected. New native plantings can alleviate this loss. This option best meets local need and is considerably cheaper than the other proposed options. In this cost of living crisis, we have to be conscious of the cost and long-term outcomes for ratepayers. Change can be difficult. We need to look at this as a positive opportunity. We are not talking about a 24/7 supermarket or a nightclub. It will be a place for everyone to use and enjoy. The longer-term benefits for the wider community are where individuals and groups will be strengthened. The whole community becomes stronger and we will all win. Reclassifying this section of Ashurst Park will have a huge social impact now and years into the future. For various reasons, the people interaction serves are not able to personally present today their case. So I hope I faithfully represented them, and I thank you for considering their needs.
Thank you, Jennifer. I appreciate your submission. Just quick reference to the knitting thing. I'm sure my good friend and colleague Louise would have appreciated that. No. There are a couple of questions by the looks of it, so we're seeking further clarification. So, Councillor Wilson.
Thank you for your submission, Jennifer. Do you live in the neighbourhood?
No, I don't. That's why I'm representing an organisation.
Right. And the organisation, is that a current user of
yes, it
the
is.
neighbourhood house? Right.
And the people that we serve.
You spent a lot of time justifying the need for the neighbourhood house, but you'll recall this isn't actually a hearing into whether or not neighbourhood house is needed. This is a hearing into the reclassification of a reserve that is currently a playground and a sports area. How do you weigh up the balance of the loss of that green space and the certainties that those in the neighbourhood bought into when they bought their homes? Or is that something you haven't turned your mind to?
No. Like the speaker before on the screen, Martin, I acknowledge that there is a process and a grieving process that others will go through and that this does affect people. I think that change is also required as we continue to grow, as our communities grow and they change. and green space as public space is not owned by anybody. And therefore, there is sometimes bigger decisions that need to be made in a
Right.
greater, wider aspect.
Final question. How long have you been using the facility, the current location, and how many of your members would use the facility?
We use it on a regular weekly basis.
Yeah. And how many?
If we serve over 100 people individually in our organisation, that does not include their family and whānau, and we continue to grow as there is a need.
Excellent. And you've been able to get access to it? Yourself and your members have been able to get access to
I can drive there myself, so
Sorry?
I can drive, so I have the means. However, I do know that it's completely limiting with the accessibility with the current location, and therefore it is a barrier for many.
So how do many of your members get to the current location?
We support them with funds, which are charitable funds, to be able to be accessible to there. So that may be using a taxi.
Right.
However, they are unable to do that independently, so therefore they need support. If there was more accessible space, then we'd be able to utilise that.
So
We're
let's-
also a community organisation that has a very small footprint of buildings, so therefore we operate out of community houses. So if this was relocated and more accessible, we'd be able to come to the community of people, not just disabled people, but people on the margins, and this is the lower economic people that have been referred to previously today.
So, final question. So, are you saying that in the new location,
Yes.
your members wouldn't be arriving by vehicle, they would be using public transport and not having to rely on your funding for access?
Predominantly, that is what we would like to see.
Sorry, not like, is that what will
That's
happen?
what would happen, yes, it
Right.
would. They would be able to independently access a community resource without having to have extra
And
support.
that would save you some money?
It's not just about money, it's about independence and having a good life.
Right. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Councillor Bidder.
Thank you, Chair Mark. Jennifer, assuming a new purpose-built facility for the Puketi Neighbourhood House, with better access and better car parking, is there an advantage for the disabled community to be close to the sports drome and be able to use that facility as well?
There's still a footpath that would be accessible through there. I've walked that myself. And as long as we continue to maintain those, as we know, footpaths are a mechanism to be able to do that, and they have to be well maintained.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Andrew. Councillor Louise.
Thank you, and thank you very much for your presentation. I was just thinking along a similar lines to Councillor Wilson. I was curious about how much of your organisational capacity might increase and how many more people you could support if the users you support to get to Puketi Neighbourhood House could get there independently. Would your capacity as an organisation grow from that?
Yes.
In terms of your organisation, how much, I mean, when I've worked in the charity sector, you're always trying to make yourself redundant. How much of simply the ability to access a community facility is a barrier to, or is a key part of just simply what you have to do as an organisation?
I'm not sure if I completely understand, so I'll try and answer that, but if I don't, please correct me. We operate in a way that we definitely want to make ourselves redundant in each person's life, and that's by connection and building and strengthening who they are as an individual and their family and whānau. If we can go to them, then we're removing a barrier that they already have to access services.
Okay, cool. Yeah.
Thank you, Councillor Louise. Thank you, Jennifer. Appreciate you taking the time to come in and represent Interactions. Have a good rest of your day. Okay, next on the submitters list, we have Melissa Smith, who's no stranger to proceedings here.
Before my time starts, if that's possible, I know I am often in the hot seat here at council, but I wanted to start by just stating that this is an individual submission, so I'm representing my own views and not the views of the organization that I'm usually representing. So, and I have the presentation on the screen as well. Thank you.
So you're aware then that it's only 5 minutes instead of the usual 10?
Yes, I'll try and keep it short then.
Nice one.
So I'm here submitting because I've lived in Puketi for over 15 years. I live 400 meters from the current site of the neighborhood house, and I will live 500 meters away from the new proposed site. And I'm really, really excited for this new community center. So I am fully in support of the reclassification to create the new building. Why is that? Well, I've found myself spending a lot of time at the new Rototuna Library, actually, which is excellent. And a lot of the services that are provided there, such as the meeting rooms and the cafe and the sort of the spaces there, I see are also proposed to be at the new neighborhood house. And I mean, among others as well, I see there's a proposal for a community garden and a playground. And I think that having a facility like that I've been spending so much time, I've been enjoying spending so much time there, so close to my house, it would just be absolutely brilliant. So I reiterate that the reason I'm so excited for this new facility is because it's so close to my house. I do think it should be located in a residential area so that it's accessible to the people it would be serving. One thing that I did want to bring up is the provision of bicycle parking. So I didn't see, unless I missed it in the plan, no provision for bicycle parking. So this is the current extent of the parking at Rototuna Library. I took this photo on a 2 p.m. on a Sunday, and it's already full. And if we go to the next slide, when I walked around the corner, there was even more bicycles. So I think however much bicycle parking you think needs to be provided, there should probably be more. I also think that the car parking provided in the current plan is a little excessive. I think there should be parking for staff and there should be mobility parking, but I mean, with the number of off-street parks we have on Ashurst Ave, I did a back of the envelope calculation and found there's space for over 300 vehicles. The 20 or so spots that are provided, I think, are not really necessary and aren't going to make a difference to the amount of vehicles that are parked on the street, but there should be parking for those who do need it. Now, I've been so excited for this project for so long, that's been in the pipeline for such a long time, that I was actually really shocked to see that there was organized resistance against it, which is one of the reasons I wanted to come and present, to show that there are actually residents, and I'm living extremely close to this park, who are really excited for this. And I also wanted to take the opportunity, as someone who's lived in Puketi for a long time, to correct some misinformation that I've heard. So some of these are taken from the petition, which you may have seen. So one of the points is that the current site is accessible, which I don't believe is wholly true. It was touched on by the previous speaker that the hill is really quite steep, and myself as an able-bodied person, you guys will know I bicycle hundreds of kilometers a month. I avoid that hill because it's just such a pain to get up. So I can't imagine how difficult it is for someone who has mobility challenges to navigate that. There's also a point about the new site creating traffic. I also think that this is at the very least exaggerated. The majority of traffic on Ashurst Ave comes from parents picking up their children at Te Rapa School. The students who are attending after hours school programs already walk there. They're not being driven there. I know this because they walk by my house, so I can see them every afternoon walking across through our street into the park to get to the community center. So I don't think that the new site is going to cause additional traffic, especially since it's going to be so close to where people live. People are going to be walking and biking there for the majority of the case. I've also heard that there's no bus routes on, or no bus accessibility on Ashurst Ave, which is going to contribute to the traffic problem. So I've took the liberty of showing where the nearest bus stop is. If you'll go to the next slide, it's 150 meters away on Puketi Road by accessing through Lickfold Lane. That bus stop is serviced by the Orbiter every 15 minutes. And if we zoom out to the next slide, please, we can also see that the Puketi bus is serviced by a stop 500 meters away from the new proposed site, and the Tarapa bus is a further 750 meters away. So there's plenty of bus accessibility, and the base is 5 to 10 minute scoot or bike ride away, which also has lots and lots of bus and even a train service. So in conclusion, I want to say how excited I am for this project as a long-term resident. Will I miss the playground? Yes, I will, but the proposal for what is going to be there is going to be so much better and bring so much ability for the community to interact and make use of that space. And don't let yourself be misled by some of the misinformation that has been spread about this. There's over 4,000 people who live in Puketi. Most of them did not sign the petition opposing this project.
Can we, just Melissa, are you wrapping up?
I'm finished now,
okay,
thank you.
All right, okay, thank you. Point noted, but we'll move on from there. Councillor, I've got here Casey Cox, but I did see your name up first. Yeah, Councillor Casey Cox.
So just a question, you said you were aware of this project being in the pipeline for quite some time. I'm just curious as to how you found out about it, because there's been some submissions saying they didn't know anything, so I'm just curious about your way of knowing.
Yeah, I think I'm just possibly more involved in local politics than some of my neighbors, so you kind of, I mean, I heard that it went to council for the business case like a few months ago, and also I received the Puketi Neighborhood House newsletter, which talks about this a lot. So yeah, that's how I heard about it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson.
Thank you. Can I get slightly more specific? When did you hear about it?
Probably, it's probably October of last year. During the, I remember during the campaign period, and there were a few campaign events held at the Puketi Neighborhood House, which was attended by members of the community, and that was one of the things that was discussed.
Right. And how far away by walking are you from Ashurst? Or are you on Ashurst?
I live on Minnie Place, so that's a street that comes off of Ashurst, and there's a back entrance to the park through there as well, which is where the children will be walking through that I noted before. So you mean walking distance from my house to Puketi, like 30 seconds?
Okay, right. And you're representing just yourself today.
Yes.
Have you engaged any of your neighbours about how they feel about it?
No, I don't really talk to my neighbors, to be honest, but I have spoken to my parents, who it's their house, and we have differing views. Well, not that anybody is against it, but for example, my father is really interested in preserving the trees, which is something that I think, we should do if possible. I think there's, going to be a range of views on that, but I haven't talked specifically to my neighbors, if that's what you mean.
So you're saying within your own family there is some disagreement?
We all think that the park should, not the park, that the house should be there. But I think, if things can be preserved, such as the trees, we should do that if possible.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson. Don't see any further questions, nothing in Zoom, so thanks, Melissa. Thanks for your time. Okay, next up, Scott Tiffany, Puketi Neighbourhood House. Now, Scott, you have 10 minutes to speak, so...
Good afternoon. Scott Tiffany, General Manager, Puketi Neighbourhood House.
Today I'm submitting in favour of the proposed partial reclassification of Ashurst Park. I recognise that there's been a lot of interest in this proposal and that the passion from all involved has been very evident. I want to acknowledge that those with a differing viewpoint to mine have shared positive sentiments about the work that our organisation does, and I thank them for that. And that their objections are not against us as an organisation, just the proposed location of this potential new facility. The truth is, I believe that this proposed location stands to provide a range of different benefits to our community and city as a whole when compared with other locations. Primarily, this site presents a far improved outcome in terms of accessibility. Its flat entrance compared to the Church Road site, which requires pedestrians to navigate a steep hill. I believe it would be near impossible for anyone who uses an aid for mobility to reach the top of that hill to access the nearest bus, often rendering our services unattainable by these marginalised areas of community. This is simply about universal design, and that anybody, no matter who they are, can easily and independently access this facility, and the experience is an enjoyable one. Research will show that the presence of community organisations can significantly reduce crime. And by holding in a presence and by activating this side of the park, we believe we can add to the already strong sense of community in this space, often referred to as collective efficacy. The term collective efficacy refers to the ability of members of a community to guide the behaviour of individuals and groups in the community. Collective efficacy involves residents monitoring children playing in public areas, acting to prevent truancy and street corner hanging, and confronting individuals who exploit or disturb public spaces. With our presence, we believe we can achieve this. The proposed site will provide far improved connection between the Puketi Neighbourhood House and its community, and it should be noted that of the multiple community centres or houses within our city, all are in residential areas. None are in commercial light industrial areas, and this is significant as it helps to build connection to the very people organisations such as ours exist to serve. If we examine Western Community Centre, arguably Hamilton's most successful, we will see that it is flanked by residential properties and reserve land. We know how important Western Community Centre is to the overall well-being of Hamilton, and the proposed location on Ashurst Ave draws many similarities. It is no secret that there are many community-based organisations across our city looking for space in which to operate. And our departure from the sports dome would free up a further 200 square metres of space in which to accommodate new sporting groups. This only aids in strengthening of our community sector as a whole. I know that there are concerns, and like with any development, the fear of the unknown and the fear of change is real. It does genuinely upset me to see members of our community feeling such a way. Yes, there are trees which must be removed. However, I know the design team has taken an approach to planning to keep this as minimal as possible. Trees which do have to be removed will be exotic and should be replaced with suitable native alternatives. Yes, green space will need to be occupied. But between Ashurst Park, Braithwaite Park and Puketi Farm Park, Puketi has over 540,000 square metres of major green space, with a building size of around 1,000. Yes, traffic patterns will change. Traffic issues are known across the city, and unfortunately are not exclusive to Ashurst Ave. It is important to note that the current traffic we see at the Sports Dome does not necessarily transpose to the Ashurst Avenue site, as much of this, particularly in the evenings, is unrelated to the activities of the P&H. The proposal also provides off-street parking, which I would hope could reduce congestion on Ashurst Ave, currently created by parked cars. Elected members may notice the difference in the site plan contained within the business case to that provided as part of the consultation process. And I believe that it is important to highlight why that is. Council staff, along with myself and a colleague, met personally with some residents considered most impacted. The residents invited us into their home and shared their concerns. And during that conversation, some alternate placements of the building were proposed from residents, still at the Ashurst Ave location. The design team explored all of these options, and as a result, the proposed building is now more central on the site, has lessened its impacts on residents' views, and is some 18 metres further off the closest neighbouring boundary than originally proposed. The truth is that the design team has already made material changes to this plan based off feedback from some neighbouring properties. I believe that each elected member at some point has agreed or acknowledged that as a city, we are lacking purpose-built community spaces and has shared a desire to address this. But the term purpose-built covers so much. Building fit for purpose is more than just what's inside a building. It extends to the many other factors, including the location of and those who use it. Ultimately, this is the first of several commitments made by HCC in a wider program of work to deliver purpose-built community spaces. Given it is the first, it is vitally important that we get this right. This will guide future projects. In recent times, HCC has twice partially reclassified similar land to accommodate community facilities, Fairfield Park and Claudelands Park, for Te Whare o Te Ata and the HMS Trust respectively. If this council wants to achieve its goal of providing these facilities for our city, then reclassifying small pockets of council land may need to be a necessary step. Thank you.
Awesome, thanks Scott. I can see I have a question from Councillor Ewan.
Thank you, Chair Mark. In fact, Scott, I have 4 questions for you. When did you first become aware of or engaged with Hamilton City Council regarding the relocation from your current area to this area?
The conversation has been ongoing for some time, as you know. I think was a decision that was made in the previous council, a previous long-term plan, that there was a provision in there for a facility for us. In terms of when we were looking at all those sites, that came through the business case which SGL did for part of the, which was presented that 18th of April. So
18th of April.
Yeah. So
this year.
This year. So that's when that discussion, when that decision got made, there was 3 options on the table. And it's not until that decision gets made that we've got any indication that that may be where we're going. We still don't know for sure that that's where we're going. But a number of areas have been looked at as part of that. So a number of have been discussed.
Yeah. You referred to some funding in a previous LTP. Did that funding line or the business report specify a change of location at that point, or was it actually just
My understanding was a quantum that was a last-minute addition, I think, quite late in the piece, and it wasn't until, I believe, former Councillor McPherson sent us an email to say, hey, you might want to keep an eye on this, and there we go. I think it was just a number that was put in there.
So up until then, it was about spending the money in the existing location?
Up until then, it was just exploring potential options,
okay.
Yeah.
A lot of comment about the hours of operation. What will the hours of operation be?
Look, currently for us, we operate 7 a.m. till 6 p.m. I will say right here, I got no interest, and I challenge anyone to find any community organisation, and particularly community centre, that's going to operate 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. That's just not the case.
But you're not hiring it
There will definitely be access for groups after that time, after the 6 p.m. time.
To when?
Well, that is due for discussion, I guess, and maybe I'd like that part. Probably that it's going to be your building, so potentially council has an ability there to dictate those times, or at least control those times, that might give residents some assurances that I'm not going to come over top and change that.
So right now you're not sure?
Right now I can't say, but I would say 10 o'clock is which we would align like Western.
Liquor licence?
No.
I'm nearly finished.
Liquor licence, no. I've been clear on that. Communities in design about that. I've got no interest in that.
So no liquor licence?
No liquor licence.
Okay. Last question. In your own presentation, you made quite a lot of the fact that this is a very small footprint on what is quite a large park, and you highlighted the other parks nearby. When you reflect, would you consider that a lot of submitters have said the difficulty with that argument, and I just want your opinion, is the majority of the current space on Ashurst Park is sporting fields, and there's a relatively small recreational / playground area, of which this current proposal gollops that up. Is that in fact not the case?
I think by definition, yes, I think it's 3 playing fields, and staff would be able to provide more clarity on that than I. But I'm not going to say we're going to not take up some of that recreation space, because that would just be a straight up lie. That the building will take up some of that recreation space. I think there's enough times where sport and recreation can actually coexist in some of those spaces, because those playing fields are not used for sport 100% of the time. There's ample room to accommodate all parties, in my opinion.
So you're suggesting that some of the play fields should be where the new the play area goes, or I'm just trying to understand what you're suggesting there.
In terms of recreation, in terms of just kicking a ball around with the kids,
right,
I think there's no reason why that can't be on those sport fields.
Right, but you accept that the playground has to be on the playground.
The playground is going to need to be moved. That's been clear.
One last question, just if you could quickly, and in light of the number of submissions and the numbers in the petition, although the petition hasn't been accepted, there's palpable community concern. What's your current thinking of how the community house will, if it goes ahead, how are you going to try to repair the relationship with the neighbourhood you will actually be working on behalf of and having to work with?
Yeah, a difficult question, to be honest, Ewan. It puts us in a very weird dynamic, a dynamic that we're not very used to being in. I'm not unempathetic or sympathetic, and to see the emotion in the room today, that does resonate. Don't get me wrong. I would hope that the majority of concerns, I think, potentially stem from maybe just a lack of knowing what a community centre does and how it operates, and that maybe by bringing our community together more in that space, then we can actually use them to inform some design, and we can actually use the community to inform future use of that space.
Yeah, I heard that.
Because
Dominic,
the repeated comments from the public gallery throughout this have been quite distracting.
Okay, I would ask everyone to respect submitters' time in the chair to have their say, and would ask that people refrain from making comments in the gallery. Right. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now, Mayor Paul has stepped away, so Councillor Louise, did you want to?
Yeah. Thanks, Scott.
Just bearing in mind that we're getting.
Yeah.
Yep.
Scott, there's been a couple of comments about the commercial activities that are proposed to go ahead in the new site. If you were not to do these activities, I was just wondering about how that impacts the funding for Puketi Neighbourhood House, and whether or not that would have a flow-on effect of coming back to council for asking for more funding?
Arguably, the business case sort of uses those some of those commercial operations, and I don't use that word very lightly. I don't think necessarily commercial operation as such, but the idea of, I guess, social enterprise. So the cafe, the ability for that cafe to be used to train our community as baristas, or train people from marginalised groups of society like those that we've heard that Jen supports living with disability in our community, to upskill themselves. It does allow us to generate some revenue from the cafe and or venue hire, and actually that allows us, in the business case will show that, to actually start reducing the cost to council on operational grant funding and things like that for that space.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Louise. Mayor Paula, did you want to?
Excuse me, I had to take that call, but just in terms of differentiating between the need for a fit for purpose community centre and where it's located. I think you said that you didn't know quite where you would be located, and yet their impression is that it's going to go there. Do you have
Sorry,
other choices?
So the question was sort of when did I know that there was going to be a location? Obviously, that's the location we're championing for. Was the location that council support on the 18th of April to be investigated. That location presents the best alternate in terms of outcomes. In my opinion, I acknowledge that there's differing in the room. Would I be open, so your question, Mayor Paula, was would I be open to another location? On the provision that it still provided the benefits I believe that this site would achieve.
Right, so there but when you initially, a couple of years back, started talking about a new centre, there wasn't a definition in mind at that point in time, is that what you were saying?
Correct.
So you know, the building and everything else that you wanted to, because I've seen those buildings.
We've always maintained, and like every other community centre in the city, that we would like road frontage. That has been quite clear. But it wasn't until we started going down that pace that the experts in that space, not myself, said, hey, what about XYZ? Let's look at this location, let's look at this location, and
The
those
experts being?
or SGL funding and council staff.
Right, so the architects and staff.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks. Thanks, Scott. Thanks for your submission today.
Thank you.
Appreciate you taking the time to come in. Right. One more submitter, Robert Edmund Sims. Is he? Oh, crikey. Yeah, would you like a 5-minute break? Yep, okay, yeah. Angela, yeah. Right. So we've got one last submission to hear, and that's of Robert Edmund Sims. So if you'd like to come. Sure thing, Ewan.
Break for lunch before we give feedback to staff, because my experience tells me there's going to be a lot of feedback to staff, and every elected member is going to want to share their feedback and questions.
Yeah, that's a valid point you raise, and I was going to ask.
We wouldn't want to stymie democracy or debate, would we?
No, we wouldn't, but bearing in mind I'm aware of the fact that people are hungry as well, so let's finish the submission, and then we'll see what the what the consensus is. Thanks, but thank you for raising it, Councillor Ewan. Appreciate it. Okay, Robert, you're away.
All right. I'll just digress here slightly. One person mentioned Lickfold Lane quite recently about access to the bus in Puketi Road. Well, I use that. Now, I should warn people that there's some dispute about whether the access through Lickfold Lane is public property or not, public access, because a while back a person put up 4 no trespass signs, and there was talk about turning that into a gated community. So don't take, please, that as read. The other thing, people have made a lot of noise about the steep hill from Church Road getting down into the Sportsdrome. Well, a perfectly flat access can now be made beside Coop lands. You can walk across that. I've walked across that land, and it's perfectly flat. Entrance could now be made for the existing site. You might have to clear some of the existing bush, and then you'd get a corridor of land beside Coop lands, even if it was just a wide footpath. It is absolutely flat. But I live at 50 Elmwood Crescent, on the corner of Elmwood and Ashurst. I've been there for 40 years. The house was purchased, we purchased the home, or the computer says, and it's never wrong, the 25th of the 3rd, 1983, after looking at some 40 or so houses, and in the process selling 2 homes we had to complete the purchase. At that time, we did inquire about the park across the street, and we're told it would stay as a park. There was then an established children's play equipment. We've heard it was put up by the original people in the neighbourhood, and bush area and lawn. However, 30 years ago, local residents and I were faced with a proposal to build a Sportsdrome in the park in very close proximity with residential housing located in Ashurst Avenue, with noise and all sorts of problems all hours of the night. With much difficulty, we managed to get the idea relocated across the park where it is today, where the distance from existing homes mitigates the effects of the noise that emits from the building due to sports, etc. activities, loud music and or antisocial behaviour. I don't know whether anybody's ever mentioned the 2 massive parties that were there. I do not recall any reclassification of that area of the park where the Sportsdrome is located, so I am deeply suspicious of a hidden agenda for the true purpose of this now proposed 1,000 square metre building. The present Sportsdrome, originally built for 3 sports clubs with a lot of council money put into it, has been repurposed and repurposed again and again to different usage. We were told it was architecturally designed. Yet as completed, it had slippery floors due to condensation, and there was no spectator area, and it now needs $1 million plus spent on earthquake strengthening. This building has been added onto since it was built. So is this new proposed building to be repurposed into what? with all sorts of problems and annoyances for nearby residents? And why the reclassification if it's a repeat of the existing sports dome? I oppose the reclassification of the park area and, like 30 years ago, strongly believe this proposed building has to be built away from existing homes on an alternative site. It has been suggested that the building will cost the same if built adjacent to the existing sports dome or a similar place. Also, the large triangular site beside the existing drive, which is at present used as an orchard, this should have been turned into car parking area. It is flat, adjacent to the drive, and this could still be done. The proposal as it stands will mean loss of all the trees, grass area, children's play area. The destination park will be no more, to be replaced with a cramped and overcrowded area of buildings and car parks and more traffic congestion. Now, I'm the one that got run over. Oh, gee, that was perfect, wasn't it? I'm the one that got run over in the street, by the way. I got bowled. It is a very busy street. We're at the midpoint of the street and the traffic is very fast at times. And I never saw what hit me. I got memory loss of the whole thing, but I was hit on the ankle and concussion, fractures and all the rest of them. And cats get run over. Now, when cats get run over in the street, there's a speed problem. If you can't avoid a cat with your car, there's something wrong with you. So thanks everybody.
Thanks, thanks, Robert. I would invite anyone who may have questions. No, look, thank you for your submission today. Really appreciate. I think given crikey, I think given the length of time we've been sitting and what we've heard, it's in the best interest that we take a lunch break. So unless I have any absolute, no, cool. Call it lunch and we. Can we come back to the continuation or is it just a... Yeah, you're welcome.
Possibly just for the audience members to just explain about the next part so that they are not waiting for a decision,
Oh, yeah,
which
yeah.
won't happen today.
So from here on, we will invite staff to the chair up here, and we'll go around the room looking for high-level bits. I'm sure staff have been listening and taken a lot out of today. We will then provide them with our bits and pieces that I talked about at the start. That our colleagues will have some direction for the next stage, which is deliberations. Hopefully that answers your question. Right, what time will we reconvene? 2 p.m? 2 p.m, okay. Right, thank you. got quorum, so welcome back everyone. Hope you had a chance to grab a bite to eat or a hot drink or whatever took your fancy, a little bit of a walk in the sunshine. Nice to see the sun actually shining for a change. Right, so from here on, I'm going to invite staff up to the left of me and let Maria. Yes. Yes.
By around 2:45 at the latest.
Okay.
If the chair permits.
Thank you. Yep. As long as we
Thank
can
you.
keep quorum, then that should be okay. Does anyone else need to leave early? Okay. Right.
We should be doing it. We're just
Yep.
going to do beautifully.
Okay. Yep. And we've got Jeff anyway, so yep, all good. Okay. Welcome, Maria.
Kia ora koutou. For those of you who don't know me, I'm Maria Barry. I'm the Parks and Recreation Unit Director here at Council. So my job today is to present to the Regulatory and Hearings Committee about the submission. So we do have a hearings report that was available online. I think at this point I'll take the report as read, open up for questions either on the report or to receive some direction from members about what they wish to see in the deliberations report.
All right. Okay. Well, thank you, Maria. Look, I was going to make a ruling that we would not do questions and that we would just go around the room and do high-level bits. That, as I'm sure everyone's been listening as intently as I have, as I'd imagine you guys have, and you've heard a lot today.
Yes, so myself and staff just for the public gallery have taken quite a few notes, and obviously the live feed will be available for us if we need to check anything.
Yeah, I'd like to see us go around the room and get a bit of a, seek some direction on where we'd like staff to land with, or to come back to us with the deliberations report that'll be in the community meeting. Am I correct in saying that? Yep. Okay, so.
Should we prioritise Councillor Max and Councillor Anderson's that got to go?
Oh, Ewan, that's very democratic of you. Thank you. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, well, if you'd like to kick off, Councillor Maxine.
Thank you. So there's maybe if I just mention three things, and then I'm sure others in the room will be able to capture other things. Otherwise, I don't want to hog the committee's time. There was a couple of submitters, several, that talked about the concern of additional traffic in the area, and I just wanted to have a bit of an understanding of what modelling has been done to support some of the claims that they've made, but also what measures might be taken and how we might be able to mitigate any effects that any change to the status of that area, please. Also, while we're talking about access, the access lane that was discussed as a way of being able to get from public transport to the park. There was some question about whether that lane is public or private, and how it might be able to stay as an access for members to be able to catch a bus and to be able to get to that park. I've had a look at it on the maps and can see that it's a clear walkway, but it may be that it's for those houses in there. In terms of the playground, and I know that isn't really part of the reclassification, but if it was to change, then that would have to change, potentially. And so would want to have an understanding about what elements would be included in a new park, including the range of elements that was talked about by submitters today, and as Morris also mentioned, the various abilities to be considered as well. oh golly, there's more, but actually I'll leave it at those three for now, and I'm sure my colleagues will capture up the rest.
And if there's anything that you have forgotten or want to add in at the end, I'm sure Maria would be open to receiving by email.
Thank you.
Am I right? Yep. Cool. Okay. Okay. With no particular order. Oh, sorry, Anna. Yes, sorry. Councillor Anna Casey Cox. Sorry.
Just, I guess, all of Councillor Max's queries were also mine, but just curious to know about the potential loss of biodiversity. It was mentioned a little bit. So just any more sort of information, perhaps from an ecology perspective, as to what we would be actually losing, and what we could potentially plant back, I guess, as well. And then in terms of antisocial behaviour, I guess, related to the reclassification, I'd be interested to know if it's possible, some reflections from our CitySafe team and police potentially, just to get that sort of more, expert perspective, I guess. Thank you, that's all.
Thank you, Councillor Anna. Mayor Paula.
Thank you. Just a couple. In terms of the speed and traffic assessment, I'd be interested in total counts, speed data that we've got for that road, because it did concern me around the high speeds mentioned by quite a few residents, but it would be good to have that on hand. Is it normal to do, and is it normal to do that assessment prior to a reclassification of reserve, or is it normal to do it prior to a consent being issued for a building? Where I think these things do come together like this, but I'm just wondering how it's been treated in terms of that. So definitely need a lot more understanding of traffic, and that includes, I've forgotten the details around proposed parking or anything else. Someone noted that they had looked at one of our websites around that, the designation of that space, and then looked a few days later and suggested that the reference to playground facilities had been removed, and I'd like to know if that was in fact the case. Did that happen? If it did happen, why did it happen? The question around if and when a centre is built on that site or any other site in the overall scheme of things, what is the arrangement when you gift people a piece of land as opposed to have a long lease, very, very long lease, or whatever is required? So I'd like to know more about that. I am interested in what people's rights are in respect to changes to reserves. Is there, it's not an area I've drilled into. The only previous experience has been the Cote Pacifica one. But I'm just wondering what residents you would normally expect to have, what rights they would expect to have in that process. What options were looked at other than this particular site? And I know that they came up a little bit at the last meeting, but given the huge community unrest to the current site, what options or modifications or otherwise could be in place? And the other thing is, around the steepness of the hill and that land that goes up from the current sports centre, I'd like to have another understanding about whether there is any way, regardless, that you would be looking to make that steep descent less steep, more safe, because there is a sports ground down there. So at the end of the day, someone's always going to be going down there. So how do we deal with that as an issue in its own right? And obviously interested in the playground, like for like, and also in terms of what opportunities there are for green enhancement, notwithstanding the fact that this is right in front of some people's houses, and I understand that, but it is a small percentage of the park, but even so, it's a big difference from looking out of a window onto green and looking out of a window onto a built environment. So what else can be done around that, if anything, if it should proceed somewhere there or thereabouts? So I think that's my questions. Yep. pretty much. Oh, no, sorry, the biggie is I really want to understand the entire chain of engagement with the public. We've heard dates like May the 11th, we've heard with some stuff in our report, as I mentioned, Maria, there was a pie chart and other graphs that indicated that somehow people had been engaged, and I see it was 282 some respondents in some way had been engaged. But I'd like to know in what way or were they engaged in the whole concept of a new community centre, because I'm a great fan of community-led development, like we did at Rototuna, which is first class. What happened in that kind of realm to get people? I knew quite a lot about it personally, in terms of having seen some sketches and some draft ideas, and I assumed the wider community that lived around that also knew. Please correct me or otherwise by showing me exactly every touchstone that the public had, and not just on social media. I mean in-face meetings and other things that occurred. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mayor Paula. Next is Deputy Mayor Angela.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I'll keep it high level. Support Councillor Maxine with traffic impacts modelling. I'm interested in that. In terms of Southgate raised other location options, I just want to go a little further. I don't want, I've got a clear understanding of the options of build new, extend current, or build new by school. I'm interested in, and maybe Mayor Southgate was as well, in locations of where the placement of it is now, like locations around that area, because I am aware that, and it was in one of the submissions, that after first feedback that you did, that there was already a slight adjustment of, I don't know, it was 20 metres or something like that. So in terms of jigging it around in the area, that's what I'm interested in. I am interested at Councillor Casey Cox raised antisocial behaviour. I'll keep it at the level for reclassification. I want to have confidence in the SIPTED for the area where the building's going, and also the building and how it will interact with the area. And I think lastly, I want to understand, playgrounds being raised, I want to understand, I suppose this goes a little bit hand in hand with if we were to retain the recreational space that's there and move the building by that little forest of trees that's there, still in that same area of the park, what, if any, of the sports field would be impacted? And then there was one written submission, very small, just concerned about the loss of the dog area. I wasn't sure there was an unleashed dog area. But anyway, just if you could just give me one comment on that. That's all my high-level ones. Thanks. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Councillor Wilson.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I see my good colleagues have covered pretty much every gambit of this. So I might repeat, but I won't be, I'll skip over it very quickly. I want a much better idea of the evolution of this park, going back the 30 or 40 years, and how it came about, and community involvement, because clearly there is, rightly so, some community angst, and that's because they've had a lot of ownership to it. Two, I want to rehash, slightly different to my good colleague, Deputy Mayor Angela, the options. I'm still very interested in the existing location, and so I think Councillor Angela, or the Deputy Mayor, did mention that, a lot of trees, and so I'd just like to get my head around that and really thrash it out. I'm so far not overly convinced about this argument about accessibility, because I think it's still accessible, but I'd like you to explore that. In the event that staff still recommend this current, the location in front of us, and that is successful, I would want some real clear indications of clear limitations in terms of hours of operation, full undertaking of no liquor licence or anything to that nature, a clear restriction on highridge that prevents an opportunity for social, parties, etc. Like others, I would want a much better detailed analysis of the replacement of the playground, that it's an identical replacement. Like the Mayor, I want a much better understanding of this suggestion of ownership, that in fact we're gifting it to another party, and other examples of where we've done that and why, because that's a significant step. Yeah.
The ownership is to be retained by council.
Then I'm happy.
Then you're happy, okay.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
Yeah, just making sure that, because it's going to be quite a
Define
report.
happy. I'm less unhappy. And my final point, and I think this is also to the Mayor's point, just what legal rights do ratepayers have to trigger a judicial review of the entire process? Because I think council could be a little vulnerable there, and just get a bit of a legal analysis as to our process. And at the heart of that will be who drove this new location, how did it evolve, was it staff-driven, and just the timelines, because I just want to make sure we have total transparency. Yep.
Councillor Taylor.
Thank you. Chair Donovan. Lots been covered. Two things I want to emphasise. One, I want some sort of assessment on how does this option to build anew on Ashurst Park, some sort of assessment on how that reconciles with other council policies. For instance, our nature in the city approach, our climate change emissions approach. For instance, to tomorrow's long-term plan workshop, I see there's a huge bit of research done showing that of all the things residents want to protect in our city, parks and open spaces are the highest. A third there. So how can we reconcile a proposal to build a new in a park with the council's existing strategies? Secondly, I want other options looked at and looked at positively, and in a way, how can we make these other options work? And one of those is, as Councillor Wilson has suggested, the existing site, because I also haven't discounted the existing site. What other options are there? And we may hear some other alternatives put forward. I want that. I want us on the front foot with that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Taylor. Councillor Bidder.
Thank you, Chair Mark. There is a potential win-win option by adding some more land off Karua Place. It's bare industrial land at the moment, so it is cheap, it is available, and that would be able to achieve a flat access to the car park area of the Sportsdrome. So I will circulate a diagram of what that could be, and the ownership details, because that would solve the bad access to the Sportsdrome, and keep sort of critical mass in that area.
So just high level kind of.
Yeah. So anyway, that will be an option which I would like considered.
So you'd like us to explore a specific structure and that you're going to send us the details on.
That's
is
right.
What you were saying.
Yeah.
Is that, yeah, I'm just trying to understand.
We do need to ensure that we're focusing on the proposal that was put up, not new. We're starting to get really close to that, which complicates the process that we've followed. Is there a submission that linked into that?
No, but on that specific.
On that.
On adding
purchasing land.
There was certainly
So-
submissions on people looking at alternatives.
I might be able to be helpful. I do recall a submission or a speaker today that did mention some land.
That is true, yeah.
Perfect. Just need to make sure
And
that
I
we're
will be
keeping
able
it
to
within.
find the name.
Yeah.
You raised a valid point, and staff have confirmed that in fact somebody did raise it, so it's within scope.
Great, thanks. Thank you, Andrew. Thanks
That's
for
all.
your input. Councillor Hutt.
So I'll go through this as quickly as I can. I've got a particular interest regarding the trees. So how many of the trees, specifically in the area of the park to be reclassified, are native versus exotic? How many of them are a storm danger? How many of them would be kept, and how many of them would be notable trees? And how many of them could be replaced? I have written this down in case. I was hoping we could be reminded about the lack of sports space in the city, just because I can't remember what that number was or what the stat around that was. Are we able to know how much of the developed area will be concreted in that part of that square of Ashurst Park? Would it be possible to move the playground first? Are there any plans for any changes to bus routes in the area? How many changes have been made in response to working with residents already? And if looking at other sites or refurbishment of the Te Rapa Sports Drome is in consideration, how would any of those options align with the Disability Action Plan, and in particular the principles of universal design and every new build community facility project to be accessible to everyone? Done.
Oh, excuse me. Sorry, I don't have anything else to add because everyone's covered pretty much everything. What I would like to do is, if I can have a mover and a seconder. Anyone want to?
I'll move.
Yep. That we've heard the evidence. Yes, thank you, Councillor Ewan. And Councillor Louise, did you want to speak? Sorry. Oh, sorry, I've got it. Yep. Luckily, that was a good save. Hi, Kesh.
Hi, Mark. Thank you. Chair Donovan, thank you. Can I quickly just add a couple of points?
Sure.
I've already sent through an email to Maria and to Helen with a summary of pretty much what everyone's covered, but I am interested in the process moving forward. And just listening to the amount of questions and information requested, Maria, I'd be interested, not right now, but just in how we allow for fuller discussion, and whether that's in a briefing setting or whether we can cover the huge range of questions in a committee meeting or not, just to allow everyone to have all the information they need. So I'm just flagging that for a later discussion. And I think someone did touch on it, just on the engagement process that we've been in, and transparency around that as to how and when the community was informed, and how we've consulted thus far, and how we plan on consulting moving forward. But yes, the other points have been covered. Thank you, Chair.
Awesome. Thanks, Kesh, and thank you for dialing back in. Right, so we've got a mover in the form of Councillor Ewan, and seconder was Councillor Hutt. So all those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? No, the ayes have it. Thank you. Now, before we close the meeting, I'll finish with just one little saying. I listened to a podcast recently. It was by a guy called Rob Dole Jr. One statement stuck with me. It said, "Make it your mission to make someone else's day better." That's all. Have a good day.